again.
Beach.
Right.
The flip-flops will be on.
I will have them
for
on.
good reason.
Maybe the mandals.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It is 11 o'clock, the start of what is going to be a busy day here of live streaming, and we appreciate you joining us. You are certainly in the right spot. Let me give you a live look right now in Provo, Utah, where day 4 of the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing is about to get underway. Today, prosecutors are expected to show the interview with Tyler Robinson's roommate. So they're at least part of that we do expect to see and hear coming up today inside the courtroom. So we will be tuning in for some of that. We've also got a number of interviews over the next little bit for you. We're going to be looking at the new renderings showing the inside of the new Rays Stadium, the new proposed Rays Stadium. We're going to be talking with our friends at EA Sports here in Orlando. Today's the worldwide release day for College Football 27. Very popular video game. So we're going to be talking with that, again, made right here in Orlando. So really cool there. We're going to be talking about some new Florida resident ticket deals when it comes to the theme parks. Universal just announcing a brand new ticket deal. We're going to give you a roundup of everything you need to know about some of those ticket deals for Florida residents like you. We're also going to be talking about what all has gone into and the moving parts surrounding the renaming of Palm Beach International Airport, which is now officially Donald J. Trump International Airport and is now reflected with the airport code of, instead of PBI, it is now DJT. So that has gone into effect early this morning. We're going to be talking about that and a whole lot more over the next few hours. But what we are waiting for right now is a news conference in Indian River County at the sheriff's office, where we expect to hear more about 2 bodies that were found that had washed up onto the shore in Sebastian, where one of them has been identified as a 44-year-old man. The other one has not been identified. It just happened a couple of days apart and literally across the street from each other. So we're expecting an update, a news conference from the sheriff in Indian River County, going to give us some more details and hopefully answer some questions about that situation, because obviously it is odd. Obviously there are so many questions about what is going on with that. So we will get you there as soon as that news conference begins. Right now, let me give you a live look over downtown Orlando on this Thursday morning. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, the big story today is the heat. But before we get into that, let's talk a little bit about some of the storms and the setup we saw yesterday, because that was a lot of loud thunder and strong lightning.
It was.
Without a lot of rain. It was kind of odd.
And unusual how frequent the lightning strikes were. It was almost like a strobe light effect. So what happened was that we had the first incursion of Saharan dust arriving in Central Florida. And what that did was carry with it a lot of static electricity and that layer of Saharan dust that crossed the Atlantic. That was pulled up into the thunderstorm, and 2 things happened. Number one, it brought with it its polarity. It brought with it its intense electrical charge, but also it provided an environment to accelerate the updraft. When you have dry air way up in the atmosphere and warm, buoyant air rises up into it, there's a process called latent heat transfer that causes rapid cooling, and essentially making that parcel of air even more buoyant, rapidly cools the surrounding environment, and then the comparatively warmer water molecules surge upward, and it creates ice crystals very quickly, which then through friction creates even more of a charge. So then you get a tall thunderstorm cloud that becomes like a giant battery, where it's positively charged at the top, negatively charged at the bottom, and a very amplified charge. And so a typical thunderstorm might have lightning, Garrett, once every, like 10 seconds, maybe once every 30 30 seconds. But this was just constant lightning, almost like a volcanic cloud, because there was so much going on all at the same time. But I think one of the biggest attributing forces was that Saharan air getting pulled into the storm, providing the dry air for a higher updraft, but also just the inherent static. It's as if you're dragging your feet in a library on the carpet in the wintertime, and then you touch a metal bookcase and you get zapped. That air mass crossed the entire Atlantic Ocean untested until it reached our Florida thunderstorms.
Yeah, interesting and pretty intense too. So,
absolutely.
So what are we looking at out there today?
Well, more of the same. It's going to be a hotter day today, Garrett. We're going to see high temperatures reaching the upper 90s. And while our thunderstorm chance, like yesterday, is statistically low, we only had a couple of isolated storms, and they were so isolated we barely got any rain out of them. Today, we'll see about the same, and we've got a lot more dust in the air. You can see it here from our Grills Riverside cam in Melbourne, where there's almost sort of a milky cast to the sky. This would normally be a deep blue sky with just a couple of nice little white puffy clouds. I call them Mario Brothers clouds, when they're just like the perfect fair weather clouds like you'd see in the original Mario Brothers games. You know what I'm talking about. But with the Saharan dust, look at this from downtown zooming into the airport. It looks like a forest fire's out there. This is just all the stuff in the air. Little bits of microscopic silica, little bits of sand and dust, and it's blown 5,000 miles across the Atlantic. So only the finest particles remain. When you're out there breathing heavily, you breathe this in, and it could have you sneezing. If you have any pre-existing respiratory issues, it can make those worse. Anything from asthma to emphysema, COPD. I'm not a doctor, but they call it pulmonary morbidities is the technical term. So if you suffer from any of those, probably not a good idea to spend too much time outside today when it looks like this. But what this will do is provide that dry layer, and in doing so, limit the overall coverage of rain, because it's going to kind of mop up a lot of the moisture at the mid-levels. But if thunderstorms are able to penetrate that layer, it will get big quickly and produce a lot of lightning. So here's a view of the Saharan dust. This is a satellite-derived product, so this is actually observed dust, not a computer model, working northward in a 24-hour loop. And you can see how slowly it's moving from South Florida all the way up into North Florida in a day's time. Now, because it's going to be so warm with a big upper-level ridge of high pressure right overhead, and with the presence of the dust producing essentially a lower rain chance that would otherwise cool us down, the National Weather Service has issued a heat advisory for basically the entire state, at least the peninsula, away from the panhandle. This means that the feels-like temps, the heat index, which is a combination of temperature and dew point, will reach or exceed 108 degrees for the hours of 11 a.m., which is now, to 8 p.m. Usually when these are issued, they expire at 5 or 6 p.m. And so the fact that it's going to last till 8 just shows you how hot this air mass is. It'll be considered dangerously hot even past dinner time because of our highs reaching the upper 90s. In Orlando, we'll go from 91 at noon to 97 at 4. In some spots, we'll see highs closer to 100 degrees. And then when you factor in the humidity, it'll feel like it's 108 to 110. Actual highs around the region: 97 Ocala, 98 in Bithlo, and factoring the humidity, it'll feel like 108 in Bithlo, 109 in the Villages. A couple of spots could easily see 110. And this is going to be a pattern that we have through the day, not just today, but also tomorrow, our Friday, and also Saturday. So all 3 days are Fox 35 Storm Team Alert days, alerting you of the heat dangers. Okay, let's talk future radar. This is the part, Garrett, that I think you'll be interested in. We may see a few isolated thunderstorms yet again, and when you see those purple and almost black colorations like southeast of Ocala, that indicates really isolated but also really punchy, potentially severe thunderstorm. And we'd have a lot of lightning and a possibility of wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. Whenever you have a big area of air being pulled high up into a thunderstorm, it cools so rapidly that it gains its own density like a bowling ball. And at some point, the updraft can't support that air mass in its weight, and it comes crashing down as what's called a downdraft or a downburst of wind. And so that's why you can have these spontaneous wind gusts that can do damage to trees. There's not much of a storm coverage as far as the aerial coverage, but at 6 o'clock we could see some pretty punchy storms from Daytona to Deltona, up and down to St. John's, maybe into Lake Louisa State Park in Lake County. By 7 for dinner time, maybe a big old storm around Lake Mary. We'll see. Stanford can't be ruled out, and then working in toward Oviedo, maybe. But yeah, it may be another setup where we have some loud boomers tonight. Okay, let's talk about the relief from the heat. This comes our way for early next week. We've got this front coming down from the south. It's going to set up somewhere north of I-10. And in doing so, cool a lot of that deep tropical moisture and wring it out overhead. We're going to have a lot of rain for parts of the south. Florida won't get as much rain, at least in our part of Florida. Farther south you go, the least amount of rain, the less amount of rain. However, this will produce a lot of clouds, and the rain we do get will help to cool us down, pulling the carpet from underneath this heat wave. It looks like once we get into Monday, Tuesday, we'll have a pretty decent shot. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a widespread 3 to 5 inches of rain from Orlando points north and lesser amounts to the south. But this is going to be a big flood threat for Alabama and Georgia because we're talking like 3 or 4 days of a stalled front with a lot of tropical air in place. So for the next 3 days, it'll be hot and dry. Just a chance for a couple of isolated thunderstorms. Progressing through the weekend, it'll start to get a little bit more muggy and a lot stormier. We're calling the next 3 days Fox 35 Storm Team Alert days for the heat. That may get extended into next week if we decide those storms are strong. There's a possibility that because, Garrett, the dust is going to be lingering through early next week, even though it's going to be thundering, that can provide enough fuel to produce a pretty widespread severe event. So we'll have to see how that goes. And by widespread severe event, I mean a lot of severe thunderstorms with damaging wind gusts. There's a hint that we may see a little piece of upper level energy swinging down, and that would get things going, and then we'd have a pretty rocky Monday and Tuesday. But we'll see. Time will tell. First things first, we got a hot next couple of days and a weekend that may be one of the hottest of the season.
And some pretty sunsets, hopefully.
Hopefully. The sunrise this morning was kind of a disappointment. It reminded me, if you're underneath the thickest of the veil of the plume, it actually diffuses the light in a way that it looks kind of like a milky cast where you see the orange ball of the sun, but the sky itself just looks white. And it kind of reminds me of like a Middle Eastern sunrise or sunset. But when the dust is approaching, that's when there's more of a light refraction. So like the day before the dust gets here, you get those fiery red sunrises and sunsets. But when the dust is here, sometimes it can actually have the opposite effect. So we'll see. Time will tell. That's something that is often just by chance.
All right. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thanks.
Let me get you live right now to Indian River County in the Sheriff's Office, where Sheriff Eric Flowers just walked to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in as he gives an update on these 2 bodies that were found washed up on the shoreline.
In these 2 cases. So this starts on Monday, the 6th of July at 1 p.m. There's a fisherman that is walking on the west side of US 1 where he spots a body and calls in to the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Our folks respond out. They identify a 44-year-old white male. His last known location was at the Sebastian Hotel with his girlfriend. That's where he had been staying. This gentleman has a history of fentanyl use. He has a history of mental health issues. We've since identified that on the 3rd of July, he made a purchase of methamphetamine. He had gone into a manic state. He had been a longtime Brevard County resident, so he had spent a lot of time up in Brevard County. He had been to their mental health facilities and seen them many times. So he was last seen on the 5th of July walking on US 1 around 1:30 p.m. northbound. And so we have him on video walking north around 1:30 p.m. He had been begging his mother at one point after this drug purchase to go to rehab. He knew he had these problems. He had made statements about overdosing on fentanyl, and so this was a big portion of this investigation. So yesterday afternoon on Wednesday around 4 p.m., Wednesday the 8th around 4 p.m., we received another call of a body, again a fisherman, this time on the east side of US 1, found the body of a 65-year-old white male. He had a temporary address with his brother in Sebastian, but he was out on pretrial release. He had committed an aggravated battery with a deadly weapon down in Broward County. He was arrested by Plantation Police Department, and he was on pretrial release. Plantation was in the process or had just obtained a warrant for him for absconding on his pretrial release for being up here in Indian River County. He had a history of seizures, a serious history of seizures. He had been in the Sebastian Orlando Health Hospital up there, and his brother had taken him back to the hospital on the morning of Sunday the 5th. He was still in hospital socks, and he said, "I'm not going back to the hospital. I'm not doing it." So he walked away from the hospital against medical advice, and his brother last saw him walking north at 7:30 a.m. on the same day, the 5th. So we have video of him as well walking along US 1. And so at this point, there's nothing that connects these two guys, these two situations to each other. There was only on the first body, there was a minor contusion on his eyebrow area, but when the autopsy was conducted, there was no signs that that was anything deeper than just a bruising. It's possible that when he hit the rocks or whatever, that's what caused it. There's no violence, no bullet wounds. We've done autopsies on both of these bodies, no stab wounds, nothing that leads us to believe that there was violence associated with either. Both of these guys suffering from terrible mental health or drug issues. Really a sad case. The two bodies were about 100 yards apart. When you look at it, one was on the east side, one was on the west side. Our folks that were out there said, from one area you couldn't see the other. There would be no way. And without those fishermen walking, and kudos to them to coming forward and letting us know about those bodies that were out there. We're still working this. This is still an active investigation, and until we get the toxicology results back, we won't be able to say exactly what caused the deaths in both of these cases. The message that I would say, number one, I know there's a bunch of chatter because of two bodies in such a short amount of time in the same area. Obviously, we have nothing that leads us to believe that this is anything but two random incidents that unfortunately happened in the same area. But also with these drug issues, we've had some overdose issues, and it's possible that there's some bad, fentanyl or methamphetamine or something that's on the streets that could be deeper than just these issues. So I would just urge caution to any of our drug users or abusers, seek treatment as soon as possible, and certainly be cautious out there, because this is something that, when we get the toxicology back, could be a result of some bad dope. So with that, I'll take your questions.
Sheriff, you had mentioned the west side of US 1 and also the east side of US 1. Was it near the bridge or whereabouts?
So the bridge, the base of the bridge is kind of a long peninsula, and so one was on the east side of that peninsula and one was on the west side. And so if you look at it from a map, you'll see how that jets out, and it's two totally separate areas, but the distance between the two is rather short. The time to walk across and around would take you longer, and it certainly makes it a longer area. But they're both right there. I mean, it's the Brevard County line, North County line of US 1. They just happen to be on our side of the bridge.
What's the name of the second?
Not releasing any names on this one. I think the name of the first guy is out there, but we're just not releasing the name the family had asked right now. They're still dealing with some things. We've got our victims advocates involved, and so we really want to try and protect those family members that are struggling with all this right now. So we're not releasing that at this time.
Sheriff, I know you mentioned that this is still an active investigation. Initially, that first one, I believe, was ruled suspicious. Is it still being considered a suspicious death?
I think both of them are still considered suspicious. If there's something deeper to this, and we've got drug-related issues, we want to find out who sold them drugs. We're going to look at their, everything we can find out about these folks. They've been doing, our detectives here have done a great job for the last couple days on these cases. We're going to continue working these, and as far as we're concerned, any death that isn't a natural death is suspicious. We're always going to look into them and take them seriously. Other questions?
Were there any items found near the body, like maybe drug paraphernalia?
Guys, anything you want on that? No, nothing on that. Nope. Great question. Thank you guys for coming out today. I appreciate you passing the message along and letting the public know the real circumstances behind this. Thank you for your time.
Indian River County Sheriff Eric Flowers wrapping up that news conference there in Vero Beach, where he just gave an update about what we know about these two situations where bodies were found washed up on the shoreline. So just to highlight a couple of things that he said there, because first of all, it is odd for something like this to happen just a couple of days apart. One of these, the first body found Monday, the second body found on Wednesday. They were just 100 yards apart, one on the west shoreline, one on the east shoreline off US 1 near Sebastian. And so you can understand the questions that surrounded this. And so the sheriff releasing a little more information today. They say the first body that was found on Monday, a 44-year-old man, they said that family members say that he had some issues when it came to drugs. And so there are concerns about maybe a potential overdose that could have led to this. The second situation, they said a 65-year-old man. They're not releasing his name right now. He was living temporarily in Sebastian. They said he had a history of seizures. He had been in the hospital even up until yesterday. They said he left the hospital which went against the medical advice. And they said he still had hospital socks on at the time when his body was found. So again, 2 bodies found 100 yards apart, a couple days apart in Indian River County. But the sheriff says there is nothing that connects these 2 cases. It appears at this time to be just 2 isolated incidents. He says they are considering these deaths suspicious. They're looking into them for those reasons. But the silver lining here is that they don't believe there was any sort of violence. They said there are no gunshot wounds, no stab wounds, or anything like that. So that is certainly good to know. But still just an odd situation there in Indian River County, and the sheriff there giving us a little bit more information today to kind of answer some of those questions, quell some of the concerns as well. And so that is what we were just watching there as we got that update from the Indian River County Sheriff's Office just a few moments ago. Well, we are just getting started here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot of ground to cover over the next little bit, so don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side of this break, we're going to check in with our friends at EA Sports right here in Orlando about the release of college football 2027. A lot of anticipation for that video game. We're going to talk with them about the process of making it and what fans can expect coming up in a little bit. So we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook right now. It is a big day for college sports fans, video game fans, and just for fans in general, because today is the worldwide release date for EA Sports College Football 27. It's one of those video games that is always so highly anticipated and made right here in Orlando, which is even cooler. So we are excited today to talk with someone who is part of that process. Christian McLeod, production director with EA Sports College Football, joining us live now via Zoom. Christian, thank you so much for taking the time. What an exciting day for EA Sports.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us, Garrett. It is a super exciting day. Work with amazing, talented people here. We are so excited to get this game out to the masses. Just super pumped.
It's one of those games that year in, year out, always just gets so much anticipation, so much hype, and well deserved. Great game, always so much fun. What is it, do you think, that makes this game have such a loyal and intense following?
Yeah, I think it all boils down to the passion of college football. College football is one of those really special sports where everyone has a dog in the fight. The passion runs deep. The passion runs through families. I was born into a Michigan State family. That's born and raised. I can't stand Michigan. I can't stand Notre Dame. Can't stand Ohio State. It's passed down through the generations, and I think that, coupled with the fact and the affiliation that you are able to go create your fantasy. You play a dynasty mode, and you can take your team and win a national championship with them and recruit people, to your school and get them to the highest heights of all of college football. Again, as a Michigan State fan, we're having some down years right now, but I can jump into the game. I can win those national championships and live that fantasy out. So that passion coupled with that fantasy building, I think, is something that our users always resonate with. And we as game makers and developers, we're huge fans as well. We play hundreds of hours of this game every single year, just as pure fans. And that's the thing that gets us going as well.
What's the process like from one year to the next, kind of, looking at what needs to be updated, what new features to add? How do you kind of go about that from, the obviously success of the past 2 years since it relaunched, and look to still bring some fresh things to the new version?
Yeah, it's an awesome question. We're huge fans, and as huge fans, we're always looking at our games in 3-year windows and 3-year spans. And it's almost like building a house. We're always looking at what is the foundation that we need to build first before we get those granite and marble countertops in. So we always have 3 years in advance of these features that we want to build and meet our consumers where they are and our fans where they are. And being fans ourselves, we have a lot of ideas that we want to go down to. So it's really all about making that ultimate authentic college football experience. We want to celebrate the fandom. We want to have all the great pageantry, the sights, the sounds, the visuals, but also what are those meaningful modes and how does it feel to be a college football player, and how do you live the fantasy as a college football coach? And for those people that want to be competitive and play online, we've got so many different people that play this game for so many different reasons that we're always looking to find really cool, unique pieces to bring to them every single year. And that's really our mentality as we go in, is we have this big giant board. We call it our big board. We see which things are going to stick based on what our consumers want, what we want, and what we're building towards. And then what's going to fit. We only have so much capacity every single year. Whatever we don't get to one year, it's going to come in the next year, So it's a very project management process there. We have great project managers that we work with here as well. But it is all a lot of balance between scope and capacity, but also making sure that we're delivering amazing products.
What are the new features that fans can expect this year? What stands out to you? What are you most excited about in College Football 27?
Yeah, so me personally, and I know a lot of people out there, big Dynasty fans, we have the new Dynasty Blueprint this year, which is actually bringing in NIL, facilities management, as well as staff management into the game. So it's not just all about recruiting. You're now having to manage how are your facilities being upgraded, how your players are developing, what staff you're bringing on. Do you bring on a GM? And then as you're recruiting the players, what type of NIL are you giving them? And as somebody that loves taking small schools and rebuilding them into, title contenders, it makes that process a lot harder. We have mascot mashup mode this year, which we're all super, super excited about. I've got 4 kids. My kids love playing it. I can hardly get on the sticks half the time because they're playing mascot mashup. So we're pumped about that one as well. And then I think in Road to Glory, we have an all new player builder this year, which is really unique and allowing users to either emulate legends of the past or create these, one-on-one type builds. So a lot of new across our entire game, along with new rivalries, new pageantry. Some of our favorites there, the Battle of the Bones between UAB and Memphis. You get a big rack of ribs trophy if you win the game, and you can put it in your trophy room. So really every single one of our modes was touched this year, and it's a really exciting year.
One of the things that always stands out to me, and I've been playing this since the original college football games, back in the day, is how well y'all are able to just nail the college football atmosphere at all of these different stadiums. How do you make it so immersive and so real? I mean, it's spot on for some of these experiences.
Yeah. This team is filled with a bunch of college football sickos, is what we call ourselves. We go to multiple games every single year. Again, even as a Michigan State fan, we just go to random games. I'm trying to get out to El Paso this year to go see UTEP play, for example. We just love college football. We're staying up super late, passing the Hawaii test, for those of you that know what that is, watching that last game of the Saturday. And just really getting into the nuances, getting into the details, working with the schools. We want to represent the schools as authentically as possible, but also we want to make sure that the fan bases see something, those little things like we had a couple years ago where at UCF at night games, you would see a rocket launch, during your dynasty. There's so many unique, cool things about college football that make it special. And we just want to make sure that we are celebrating that, because a lot of kids out there may not know about certain schools or certain traditions. And this is a way to educate them as well. So I know personally myself, growing up with the Bill Walsh college football into the old NCAA footballs on the PlayStation 2, this is where I learned a lot of fight songs, a lot of nuanced details about certain schools and their mascots or what was special about them. So we really just want to make a love letter and a celebration of college football.
And an additional Florida connection this year in the game as well, with Malachi Toney being selected as a cover athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. I know there's Florida State and Florida fans out there, right, that aren't too happy about that. But Malachi, he represents what's great about the modern era of college football. We're so happy to have him on the cover. Great ambassador of our game as well. So it's awesome to see him, right there on the cover. And again, I have no dog in the Florida fight, being a Michigan State guy, but super proud to have him on the cover.
Now, we've talked with y'all for several years now. Since this game has relaunched, and we love chatting with you about this game and the process. And part of that, I know, is that you as EA Sports really do pay attention to the feedback of players and fans of this game. And I've got to ask you, because there's been a lot of attention over the past few days on social media and some backlash, some pushback to the microtransactions that have been added to some of the single player modes. What is your message to fans in response to some of the pushback on this that y'all have been getting?
Yep. Yeah, but we're going to be talking a little bit more about that later today as we celebrate launch and go into that. But, we feel very strongly about the product that we have. We're super excited to be launching today. And again, more to come on that one today.
What is your message to fans? This is the day that people wait for, that people are excited for. And so what do you want them to know about the game and what they can expect once they start playing?
I think we're excited to have this thing out, and we are excited for everybody to experience this, to celebrate college football with us. This is a game that is made by a bunch of passionate college football developers for a very passionate fan base. And we just want to celebrate with y'all. It's see you on the field. We'll meet you in the road to the college football playoff. We're excited to get the dynasties going, the rebuilds going, and see you on the field. We've got another really great year ahead.
It has to be a special day when you've put so much time and effort and work into building this to finally kind of push it out there and say, all right, now let's see what happens next. Probably fun, exciting, but also probably a little nerve-wracking, I would have to imagine.
It is, and we're already turning attention. We're celebrating this moment, but we're already turning our attention to what's next. So that's always the double-edged sword here. Is we remind ourselves to celebrate, but because we are so passionate, we are always thinking about what is that next big thing that we want to go after. So we're going to take some time. We're going to celebrate as a team today. We're going to play the game. We're going to get on the field, but then we're going to put our nose to the grindstone, start next week, and start that next journey for another year.
Well, at least you get a little bit of time to celebrate before you start looking to that next game. Christian McLeod, production director, EA Sports College Football. Thank you so much for taking the time. And we know it's a busy day for you, a big day for you. So we really appreciate you making the time and chatting with us today. And Orlando is always excited to see what's going on at EA Sports down the road there.
Absolutely appreciate it. Thanks all.
All right, we are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program with Pitch Apollo 11 on proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Universal today announcing a brand new ticket package for Florida residents. It'll give you some unlimited days to experience 2 of their parks through December. So joining us live now to talk about that and other ticket deals for theme parks just for you as a Florida resident. We've got Theron White, who's the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, joining us live now. Theron, thanks for joining us. Always good talking with you.
Always great to chat, and this is a great set of deals for our Florida residents.
Yeah, it's one of the things that is certainly a perk for living here is having those theme parks so close. Folks love going to them. And this is a great time, it seems, to check them out if maybe you're not an annual pass holder already, because there's quite a few ticket deals that have been announced and that are in effect right now for a lot of the theme parks around our area.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And you don't have to live close enough to one of these theme parks to hear their fireworks every single night. As long as you live in the state of Florida, some of these deals are going to be for you. The newest one that was announced this morning is Universal Orlando's 2-park ticket deal. It's going to be $199. You can buy it as of right now. It's going to go all the way through December 16th, and it is unlimited admission to Universal Studios Florida and Universal Islands of Adventure. So it's not going to include Epic Universe or their water park Volcano Bay, but for $199, $199. This is a lot of theme park for a lot of time. And between that December 16th time, no blockouts. So you're going to be able to see what's happening now in summer. You can go and see their drone show and their fountain show. You can go and enjoy some of the Halloween aspects. And then you can even see the beginning of Christmas. So if you're someone that's wanting to do that, and maybe you don't want to get an annual pass, or you know someone with an annual pass and you've been wanting to join, this might be a great option, especially if you do know someone with that pass, because they can get you in with some free parking. This pass does not include free parking, but for $199, you're getting a lot of theme park for a lot of days.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of days left and unlimited access. I mean, you could go literally every day between now and December 16th for less than $200.
Yeah, that is certainly not a problem when it comes to how much you're going to be getting for that money. You can go to those parks. You can go on some, maybe one of the beginning days, like when we go for school when that starts. You're going to see the wait times drop significantly, and that is really where one of these passes might do great. Is you can go on the weekend if you'd like to when it's busier, but for $199, you can just kind of pick whatever day you kind of feel like. You could go on Thanksgiving Day and have some of those crowds, or you could go on a random Tuesday. You could go when maybe there is some inclement weather and you don't really mind because you paid one price anyway, and you're fine with getting rained on a little bit as a Florida resident. We're used to that. We're used to the weather, and so you can go and enjoy how the parks ever you want to, and that is the best part of one of these passes.
Yeah, it certainly gives you some flexibility. There's no doubt about that. But this is not the only Florida resident ticket offer out there right now. Let's talk about the offer that Disney has available for tickets that essentially boil down to $65 a day.
Absolutely. So this is not going to be a pass where you can go in nonstop again and again and again. But if you want to be able to go and visit all 4 of Walt Disney World's theme parks and you buy all 4 of those days of tickets, it comes out to $65 a person, which is an amazing price to visit any of Disney's Florida parks. So that is going to allow you to go from now through October 3rd. You just got to go and pick what exact days you'd like to go. But for $65 to visit Magic Kingdom, when it is normal for their theme park tickets to be over $150, and around Christmas, it can hit up to $200 or $200 plus. $65 is incredible. Right now, they're doing their Disney Cool Kids Summer, and they have added so much this year. If you have not been this year, even for a couple of years, I think you're going to see a Disney that you haven't seen, and you're going to see a lot of updates. I mean, every single one of their parks has something new just this year. So for $65, I think it's a really fantastic deal for our Florida residents if you're wanting to try and go and rediscover Disney and kind of see some of those parks again. One of the other things I should mention, I mentioned it about Universal. All of these ticket deals that we're about to talk about, none of them are going to include parking. So you do have to have that in the back of your head to think about, but you are getting a great deal. So, I mean, just not having parking is just one small thing. Again, find those friends that have annual passes and kind of buddy along with them and save yourself even some more money.
Yeah, exactly. Now, and this is a better value than the after 2 p.m. ticket, you think?
100%. So if you go and buy this, the total package is $219 and you get 4 full days. Disney's also offering their after 2 p.m. deal, and that's $235 for just 2 days and a half day. I know that ticket price, that ticket deal has some customers. I just don't know who they are. Ever since they announced that one, I'm not really sure who the best customer is for that price deal. There's some people that only want to go after 2 p.m. That's just not me. I like to do the parks all the days. So if you're a Florida resident and the fact that you can get into 4 of Disney's theme parks for the price of what it counts to go to Magic Kingdom for one singular day near Christmas, this is a great deal. And this is something I think people should definitely check out before it ends on October 3rd.
All right. Legoland also has some Florida resident deals going on right now. What can people expect?
Yeah, their tickets have been dropped under $100. You can go for as low as $69 on select days, and that's just not like a weird day here or there. I checked, next week you can go for $69. So even here in the middle of July, that option is still available. And if you're someone that wants to go throughout this summer, they've got 2 of their experiences that are happening. You've got the FIFA World Cup experience that is going to end on July 19th. So you better go pretty soon. But the second that one ends, the very next day, they're going to start the Lego Festival. They've already announced that Lego Pokemon is going to be there. They're also going to have some F1 experiences that are happening in the park. So while those ticket deals are happening for many, many months, if you're someone that says, hey, I've been wanting to go to Legoland, hey, this sounds like a great deal, you can go today or tomorrow and you can go and get some of these cheaper prices. It's under $100 right now, like I was saying, and that does include the Sea Life Florida experience as well. So you're going to get into the park, you can go and try out some of their rides and their experiences, and you can go into their indoor AC aquarium, because if you're going in July, you probably want some time in the AC as well.
Yeah, and Legoland is such a great one for for families with little ones.
Absolutely it is, yes. You can go around, you can get a ton of entertainment, and it is great for those younger kids. All of our theme parks have stuff for kids, but Legoland is really designed for kids that are going to be about the age 10 and under specifically. There's a ton of rides for them, a ton of entertainment and things they can do. So I think that is a fantastic option if you're looking to get an outing for a day as a family, and it's not as expensive.
Now, talk to us about what's going on with SeaWorld Orlando and Busch Gardens, because there are some fun card deals right now that folks can take advantage of.
Yeah, these are great. So basically every single year, Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay, and SeaWorld Orlando offer these fun cards. I will say if you want to maximize your value, you want to try and buy it at the beginning of the year, but even what they cost right now, it's a fantastic deal. It's $99 for unlimited admission to their parks, and because of that, they're also going to be including right now for a summer deal their water parks. So if you're going to go to SeaWorld Orlando and get their version, you're going to get the Aquatica Water Park, and then if you get the Busch Gardens version, you're going to get Island Adventure or Adventure Island Water Park. And so this is great. You can go over and you can enjoy their parks throughout the year. You can go and try stuff for Christmas. You can try Halloween. You can enjoy summer right now. They've got their Red, White, and Barbecue event that is happening at SeaWorld Orlando. So again, same thing. If you want to go to these parks and visit again and again and again, these are $99. If you're going and buying a standard day ticket, sometimes you can find a deal to SeaWorld that's about $70 or $80, but for $99, you could go again and again and again, and it's that same price for Busch Gardens in Tampa Bay. So if you're someone that lives in Florida and you're maybe closer over to our West Coast, you might want to pick Busch Gardens, or if you live here in Central Florida, you can go ahead and pick the Orlando version as well with SeaWorld. I think both of those, again, are fantastic deals. If you think you're going to visit more than one day, this is a better deal than buying a standard ticket.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with the math there. I mean, it's one of those things where, yeah, you could, buy the ticket, but if you just get the pass there, it kind of pays for itself. Like you said, if you are going to go more than once.
Exactly. SeaWorld's even doing a special one right now. It's like an Americanized version for America 250. You have to buy at least two, and it's $125 a person. But if you want to go this summer and you're trying to get a little bit more out of SeaWorld for that $125, you're not just going to get into the park, but they're also going to include one meal and one appetizer with that, and you're going to get their front of line passes. So that's one, if you know you're going to SeaWorld and you know you're only going to go one day, instead of paying the $80, if you want to pay the $125 a person, that way you can kind of do the park and know you have everything and know you can skip some lines. So that's a great one too. But if you're someone like me that lives close and you're going to go again and again and again, getting an annual pass or these $99 fun cards are a great option because, again, you can show up on a Tuesday, and for a lot of these parks, you can just waltz right in. I was at Universal Epic Universe on July 4th, a day that you think would be slammed, and I rode the Harry Potter attraction, and I only had to wait 30 minutes. Some days you just get those really, really great wait times, and you never know when that's going to happen. If you download the Parks app for any of these parks, you can go in and kind of see some of those wait times and realize, hey, I have a pass, I have a ticket, I have a version that lets me into this park, and there's not a long wait. I'm going to go for a few hours and just enjoy, and that is one of the greatest perks about living near our Florida theme parks.
There's no doubt about that, and we love getting the cheaper prices for those tickets too. That is certainly a benefit. Darren White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. Always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for breaking all that down for us today.
Of course, I love to join. I love to share those deals.
All right, Darren, thank you. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right,
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We got our first look at renderings that show us inside the proposed new Rays stadium in Tampa. Obviously, there are still some questions right now about that process, and as it continues to move forward, no, final kind of deal in place right now. But we have gotten a look at these new renderings. And they're pretty cool, to be honest. And so joining us live now to talk about this, we have Alex Murphy, who's co-founder of Raise the Roof, joining us live now via Zoom. Alex, we appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, of course. Thanks so much for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
So first, I just want to get your initial reaction. These renderings released yesterday evening during the Rays game, what do you make of them?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely quite the reveal, or it was quite the reveal yesterday of the renderings. I mean, you have the two massive scoreboards that are going to be out in the outfield. A friend of mine is a Cubs fan, so I felt bad for him because they kind of caught a stray with the score, because it was 7-1 Rays against the Cubs, which I think was probably just dealing with the fact that the Rays played the Cubs too, in their first series back at the Trop this year. But I just thought it was kind of funny. Also, if you look at it, the lineup for that, it's all guys that are currently on the team, so I guess that's a good sign for 2029. But like some of the averages, I think like the lowest average is like 291. So you see like Taylor Walls hitting in the 290s, and you see Nick Fortes hitting in the 290s, and things like that are really funny. But I mean, just overall, it's quite the just quite the sight to be seen. Obviously, you have everything with the light coming in. You have all of the paneling out in the outfield. Of course, up top, you have the batter's eye, which looks fantastic. From what I saw, it's like a 2-story Ray tank, which is so cool. I knew that they were going to include the Rays in some way, the Stingrays, the cow nose Rays back into this, because they did that, and they've done that with multiple other designs that have happened so far. But I mean, it looks great. From what I can see, again, it brings the natural light in, which I know that a lot of people have been craving when it comes to this. It looks like even the stuff in the outfield, or I guess in the upper decks, there's a lot of what seems to be open space. There's some bar areas, things like that. I'm sure taking from some other places like Cleveland, like Colorado, places like that have those open air bars that are towards the upper decks of the stadium. But overall, I think it's a great design. Again, these are only renderings, so do not expect these to be what it will look like at the end of it. But like, I mean, the palm trees in the outfield, you have the team store in the outfield. There's just a lot of really cool things, little quirks to it, things here and there that you see that I am excited to see how many of those actually end up in whatever the final designs are, if everything gets approved with the stadium.
Yeah, the openness, the natural light, that has to be something that you got to be excited about, especially coming from, a place like the Trop that this year has a little bit more, kind of light coming in than before, but a place that has been criticized for, kind of being dark in there, it seems.
Yeah, for sure. So if you look at the last couple of stadium designs that the Rays have had, so specifically the Ybor City design in 2018, and then the most recent one that was in St. Pete in 24-25, you'll notice, especially with the St. Pete one, you had the natural light coming in from the outfield. Same thing to this. More open glass panels in the outfield than this. This is more, because it's the triangle design. It's more triangle design pushing back than it is like a flat wall. And then it led to all of the, I guess at the time, proposed things that were going to go outdoor, the mixed use development, retail, all that stuff. The Ybor City design was more of that translucent roof, because they were trying to, I think, create some sort of array design with the actual roof itself. So it was more of the roof rather than the paneling in the outfield. But I do like that they're continuing that on, though the triangle, more triangular shape with it in the outfield with that. But I appreciate, and I think a lot of Rays fans are going to appreciate that. And I think that a lot of it depends on what stadiums you look at, because a lot of the retractable roof stadiums now, there's not really much you can do to make a retractable roof stadium have natural light, at least with the actual roof, because those things need to move, the panels need to move around. But I think like you look at what Miami has done specifically with the paneling out in the outfield, and the fact that it opens up when the roof opens up. Of course, this will not do that, but that same sort of design, I think, is going to look great because just as much natural light as you can bring into it, and as many things as you can see out in the distance, I think that's going to be great for Rays fans, that they won't necessarily feel the kind of cavernous feel that you can experience at times at the Trop.
And the Rays say that batter's eye that we just saw is retractable. I have questions about that.
Oh, I mean, I would need to go back and there was a lot of things going on last night. I don't know how you create a retractable batter's eye.
Agreed. I have questions about that too. We're going to have to get those answers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in the same way, like if you're thinking about it, I'm sure that they can retract it up and down, whatever it is, for like concerts and stuff like that. Because I know that they're trying to, the whole point of the stadium was not just to have it for Rays games. It was to make it a place for all of Tampa Bay to use, whether that's concerts, whether that's other things. I don't know what they're specifically trying to put in the stadium, but something like that, I'm not shocked to hear, because they're trying to get more use out of it than the 81 days a year that they would use it for Rays games. And I know, like, once the World Baseball, or once it gets built, if it gets built, the next World Baseball Classic, they're going to try to put in for that. Of course, they're going to try to put in for the All-Star Game, being at one of the, the newest stadium in baseball at the time. I'm sure they're going to want to get that, things like that. I would not be surprised if there were different quirks like that in there to allow for more of a mixed use design, specifically with the stadium itself, not anything around it.
Yeah, that's a good point. And now, the Rays, we know, best team in American League right now, but they also lead the league in stadium renderings. So how you feeling now? I know it's exciting to see these, but there's still some work to do in the process here for this to become reality.
That is true. Yes, if there was a Stadium Renderings Hall of Fame, they would be probably leading the pack. As much as I hate to say that, because I mean, you think back to 2009 with the sail design in St. Pete. Of course, the last two designs that I had on, I mentioned on top of that. Now you have this one. That's four at least. Both interior and exterior renderings with that. Like, I'm encouraged, but at the same time, I know that we're essentially at the same place as of right now that we've been at through all of those previous Stadium Saga related events, all of those previous stadium proposals, where we're still waiting to see what happens. Nothing's fully been approved yet. Rays brass and the Rays front office has done a great job of trying to build momentum when it comes to this, and trying to get more people on board. And of course, the team playing as well as they are right now, that certainly helps things out tremendously to see, oh my God, if this gets built in a number of years, this could be the stadium, the house that Junior Caminero built if he ends up getting an extension, things like that. But again, we're still at the same point that we've been at the last couple of times that this has happened, where we need to wait for things to get fleshed out. We need to wait for things to work themselves out in order to see what's going on. But I'm glad, and I know at the bottom of it you can see that Populous worked on it. So the fact that they now have a company that they're working with, a company that is well acclaimed when it comes to stadiums, that's also an encouraging side on my end. But you still need to get everything approved. Like, we're not at that point yet. Once everything gets approved, once we get shovels in the ground, honestly, until the first pitch happens at a new stadium, that's when I'm going to believe it. I know that's stupid to say, but like, considering that we've gone through this for 2 decades at this point, I think that a lot of people, their thirst and their hunger for a new stadium has kind of reached a breaking point, and people want to see this thing come to fruition. So hopefully that is the case, and everything gets worked out in the right way with financials to where everyone is appeased and all parties are satisfied with it. But yeah, I mean, I will say this is a good sign to see that hopefully things behind the scenes are moving in a positive direction.
Alex Murphy, Raise the Roof. Always love talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it, guys.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Recording stopped.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. It is now afternoon on this Thursday, and we appreciate you joining us. All right, it is official. PBI is now DJT, Palm Beach International Airport, now officially President Donald J. Trump International Airport. And so joining us live now to talk about what this process all entails, what this means for those who fly into and out of the airport, specifically from, when it comes to what pilots need to know, what the FAA has to do for all of this. It's not just as simple as changing the signs. And so joining us live now to talk about this process, we've got Dr. Michael McCormick, who's an associate professor and program coordinator of air traffic management at Embry-Riddle. Dr. McCormick, always enjoy talking with you, and thanks for joining us here today.
Thank you, Garrett. Good afternoon. My pleasure to be here, and you are dead on the mark. There's more than just changing the signs at an airport. There's a lot more that has to go into an airport name change.
And so what has this process been like? What has been going on that we don't necessarily see? We've seen the signs change. What has been going on that we don't see?
Well, today, July 9th, is a critical day in aviation. It's what's known as the 56-day update. So every 56 days, the United States National Airspace System will update its entire system. And that's why it had to wait until today for this name change to take into effect. And in order to make that name change happen, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work that has to go into it. For the Federal Aviation Administration, they had 27 procedures that needed to be changed and updated to reflect the new airport name. In addition to that, they have what's known as charts, or what we would typically call maps, that had to be updated. So there was 4 of those that had to change. And then, of course, all the automation that supports the air traffic control system all had to be updated to reflect these changes. So you're talking over 300 air traffic control facilities that had to get updated automation systems in order to reflect the changes. And then it also means that you have to brief all the air traffic controllers on the change. And then on top of that, the airlines have to make significant changes. So there's a company called Jeppesen, which is a commercial entity that publishes aviation procedures, and it's very commonly used in commercial aviation. They had to update all their charts and procedures in order to reflect it. And then that needs to go into the automation systems on board the aircraft, so it also recognizes the changes to the system. But it doesn't end there. The airlines also have to change how they handle ticketing, how they handle baggage, and how they handle cargo to reflect a name change. So the name change plus a designator change from PBI to DJT needs a lot of work and a lot of effort, and it's not complete. You'll notice that if you go to some airlines' websites today, it will not recognize DJT. Instead, it uses PBI still, and they're still calling it West Palm Beach Airport. You go to many of the third-party aviation sites, they have not updated as of today. So there's still more work to be done. So probably by the time the next 56-day update rolls in September 3rd, the change will be complete.
But these identifiers are, important. That's something that pilots use, that air traffic controllers use, aviation systems. I mean, you talked about everything that went into it, but these are things that are used every single day. It's not just kind of the official term for it. These are things that are used as part of your day in and day out job.
And it's more than just the United States. This is a global change. So the identifier previously was KPBI. So the K stands for United States. That's used in what's known as International Civil Aviation Organization and International Air Transport Association. So now it has to be changed to KDJT in order to facilitate international flight planning for the integrated global aviation system to work. So it is a significant change.
Yeah, and I guess that's why we don't always, it's not something that happens very often, that something undergoes a renaming, and when it is, it's obviously a big deal just because of all those logistics that, someone like me who hasn't worked in that industry would have never known there is that much that goes into it.
Absolutely, Garrett, you got it.
Well, Dr. Michael McCormick, Associate Professor and Program Coordinator, Air Traffic Management at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Always enjoy talking with you. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you, Garrett. It's been my pleasure. Have a good day.
You do the same. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Recording stopped.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live to this news conference in Eatonville where you see attorney Ben Crump joined by family members of Millie Ortiz. They are going to be talking about the case, including the decision of the state attorney to decline to file criminal charges in the death of the 92-year-old who was killed back in January after being hit by an Orlando police officer. That was a crash, a deadly crash, and we're now hearing from her family continuing to call for accountability in this. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Rodriguez, we have her grandson Tony Cairo, we have her granddaughter Danisha Cisco, we have a whole host of family members here who are standing to get justice for Millie Ortiz. Now, they are still devastated as to what happened on January 18th, 2026. As you're going to hear her oldest daughter Evelyn say, she still cannot believe that her mother, her 92-year-old mother, was killed by the Orlando Police Department. We are here to talk about not only that tragedy, that preventable tragedy, but you're also going to hear from her daughter Judy, who's going to talk about what an angelic figure Millie Ortiz was. That even though she was 92 years old, she still had a lot of life left. A lot of life. And as I talked to Alexander and Danisha and all their family, they have relived this tragedy over and over and over again. Justin, you're going to hear from them that not one person from the Orlando Police Department or the city of Orlando has reached out to them yet. And you're going to hear from them, and I listened to Danisha, and I listened to Ashley, and they talked about how it's just not adding up. You got the police chief saying, no, his speed never went past 20 miles per hour. But then, Justin, you have in the state attorney's report saying that his speed was 32 miles an hour at impact going through an intersection. And then you hear them saying that, well, it wasn't the officer's fault, it was the flashing lights did not work properly. We had sent it out for maintenance, but they didn't fix it. And so they're making all these excuses that they are not responsible. But here's the crux of the matter. Here is the crux of the matter. Whether the reason Millie Ortiz was killed in this traffic collision was the responsibility of the Orlando Police Department or the maintenance company that was supposed to fix the lights, or whether it was the product manufacturer who manufactured the flashing lights. They seem to suggest that it was somebody else's responsibility. But what we know, it wasn't Millie Ortiz's fault for why she is dead today. And so, because of that, we are announcing that we will be filing a $92 million lawsuit against the Orlando Police Department, the maintenance company, and the product manufacturer, because somebody is going to be held accountable for the life of Millie Ortiz Somebody's going to be held accountable for her leaving this earth sooner than she should have. Because as Judy has told me from the very beginning, my mother was 92 years old, but she had more life than any of us. She was the life of the party. At the family gatherings, she was the one who uplifted everybody. It was her inspiration, her character, her enthusiasm that was stolen from them by the Orlando Police Department. And whether the chief wants to recognize it or not, the blood is on the hands of all the individuals who, as Judy reminded me, killed their mother. Their mother didn't die of natural causes. She was killed by the negligence of Orlando Police Department, or the malfeasance of the maintenance company, or the design failures of the manufacturer of the product. But it was not Millie Ortiz's fault. And we're going to get accountability for Millie. We're going to get to the truth for Millie. And we're going to get justice for Millie. Because if anybody deserves justice, it was this 92-year-old angel, Millie Ortiz, the matriarch of this beautiful, beautiful family. And so you're going to hear from some of the family members to tell you not only about the tragedy, but more importantly about who was Millie Ortiz. And then after that, we will try to answer some of your questions. The first person you will hear from is Miss Judy Santiago, a daughter of Millie Ortiz.
My name is Judy Santiago. I'm sorry, Ortiz was my mom. I'm her baby. I was the baby of the family. And I'm here because not only me, but as the whole family, we want justice for my mother. Like Mr. Crump said, my mom was killed. She wasn't taken from us. I mean, she didn't die she was taken too soon. My mother was such an angel. If you all would have known her, you all would have fell in love with my mother, because she was into family. Her family was her pride and joy. That was what motivated her to wake up every morning so that she can be there for every single one of us. And there's not one of her children, of her 10 of her grandkids, 18 of the great-grands, and 3, she only met 2 of the great, that she was always there for everybody. When we needed her, Mom was there for us. She never turned her back on us. She never turned her back on anyone. If you needed something from her, and you would come to her, and if she had it, you had it. So I just want justice for her.
Yes.
My mother, it's so ironic because my sister lived with my mom, and Mom was a party person. And mind you, we're young, my sister and I, compared to my mom, but my mother was the teenager. And my sister and I were the old ladies. We would always tell her, but why are you, don't come home late, don't. No. She was the teenager. And we were the old ladies at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, we're in our PJs. Mommy's ready to go out and do her bingo and do her. She lived life to the fullest.
Yes.
And like Mr. Crump said, and we all want justice. There has to be accountability.
Yes, ma'am.
This cannot happen to any other family member.
Yes.
We want the laws to change.
Yes.
We want Millie's law
Yes.
to change this
Millie's
because her death should have, I don't want her death to have gone in vain.
Yes, ma'am.
It has to be worth something so it prevents the next tragedy on another family member so they don't have to stand here like we are standing here today.
Yes, ma'am.
And
No.
I am so sorry.
No, it's not. It's not fair.
I don't know when our hearts are going to be healed, if ever. But justice for my mother, justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Yes.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Thank you so much, Judy. And you don't apologize at all because your mother is worth everybody crying for justice. And we're next going to hear from Evelyn, her other daughter. But it is important to note that this is the third fatality just in Orlando Police Department with a citizen here in Orlando. And I know because we represent all three of the families. There may be others, but we know at least three that in traffic collisions or accidents, they have killed citizens. And so something has to be done about this. Because today is the Ortiz family. If something isn't done about it, tomorrow it could be your family. And so I'm so thankful to Evelyn and Judy and their family saying, we don't want just justice for us, but we're trying to make it where nobody else's family isn't ripped apart because it happens to them. And so now you're going to hear from her daughter, Evelyn.
Yes, so I'm Evelyn Odisea. I was Millie's oldest daughter. And yes, we are all gathered here today because we really want to fight for justice for my mom, for her grandmother. And as Mr. Crump mentioned, and to this day, and I always say it, I never thought in a million years that something like this could have happened that would take in my mom's life away from a police officer. As we know, police officers are here to serve and protect. I always used to tell my mom, I was always afraid of her sometimes going out at night, but I always thought of a drunk driver that may hit her. But no, never a police officer. That strikes me so hard. And the thing is that it's not only her. There have been many others killed more or less in the same way. And we really need justice. We want accountability. And like, my sister mentioned, we need to have changes. There has to be change.
Yes.
Police, the state attorney's office, I was really devastated and hurt from all the reports that I heard.
Yes.
And like, we mentioned, we were never reached out to, contacted, not even when she was in the hospital, not even after the fact. But my mom meant a lot.
Yes.
She was a person, and like we said, she was 92, but honestly, she was not your average 92 person. She was so full of life, vibrant. She was, like we said, the life of our family. And we are a strong family because of her and my father, who also passed away years ago. But that was my mother's life, and she passed that on to us, her family. And we want to keep that legacy going. And we as a family, we stand strong, and we are not going to stop fighting. We want justice to be served. And I pray that this does happen and it doesn't happen to anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
And what a beautiful woman, what a beautiful family, and what a beautiful legacy, because they represent their legacy. that she left behind. And that's why they're fighting to define this legacy. It won't be just who was Millie Ortiz, the 92-year-old woman who was killed by the Orlando Police Department. No, they're going to define the legacy by getting justice and by helping get the laws changed. So we won't have police officers hitting people in intersections at 32 miles per hour. This is so deep on so many levels. And so at this time, you're going to hear from her granddaughter, Denisha Cisco.
Good afternoon. My name is Denisha Cisco, and I stand before you today not just as a granddaughter, but as someone whose family has been forever changed. Since our grandmother's death, our lives have been filled with sadness, darkness, and unanswered questions. Every day we ask ourselves...
Hold on 1 second. I probably... Can you stand on this? Let's start over.
From the beginning?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Denisha Cisco, and I stand before you today not just as a granddaughter, but as someone whose family has been forever changed. Since our grandmother's death, our lives have been filled with sadness, darkness, and unanswered questions. Every day we ask ourselves, how did this happen and why? On January 18th, my grandmother was doing what she loved. She spent the evening playing bingo with what we lovingly called the Migueras, her second family. Except that night, she never made it home. Instead, our family spent the next 2 days at the hospital praying for a miracle. We prayed that our matriarch was going to make it through it. Unfortunately, on January 19th, at 6:59 p.m., our grandmother took her last breath. I always knew one day she would go, but never in a million years did I think it was going to be like this. We stand here together because that's what my grandmother believed in. She believed in family. She believed in showing up for the people you care about. And today, we are standing here for our grandmother, Millie Ortiz. We are asking for justice. We are asking for accountability. We know that nothing will ever bring her back, but we hope that no other family has to endure the pain that we're enduring. Thank you.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
And next, we will hear from Ashley Rodriguez, her granddaughter.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for joining us on such a, I don't know how to describe it, but my name is Ashley Rodriguez. My mom is Judy Santiago, and my grandmother was the heart of our family. She was loving, selfless, and the kind of person who made everyone feel seen, cared, and cared for. She always put others before her and always had a way of bringing people together. She wasn't just our grandmother. She was our safe place. She was our biggest supporter and the foundation of many of our happiest memories. We are a family of fighters. We're strong. But like my sister said, like my mom and my aunt, this loss has been devastating. We live through the emotions every day. But I am here to say that we will not stop saying my grandmother's name, Milagros B. Ortiz, until justice is served. Accountability, it has to be done.
Yes.
Because it was never a matter of if. It was always a matter of when.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it was my grandmother. And we cannot allow this to happen again to any family. And again, thank you guys for joining us.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Next, we will hear from Tatiana Bautista.
Thank you guys for coming. I'm actually her first great-granddaughter, and I just wanted to come here today to say that we are going to create a movement today. This is not going to be put under the ruffles. We need to seek justice for this because this can't keep happening. This needs to become a law. This can never happen again. The devastation within us is something I do not want for any other family ever again. OPD needs to do better. City of Orlando needs to do better. So I'm going to leave it at justice for Millie, and we will not stop saying her name.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Next, we will hear from Tony Cairo. You don't need the podcast.
No, I don't. Thank you guys for all showing up. My name's Tony Caro. I'm one of Millie's grandsons. I just wanted to say that, my grandma was such an amazing angel, a woman, a mom, a grandmother, a friend. Like my Aunt Evelyn, my Aunt Judy, my cousin said, our grandma was everything to us. She was always there, no matter what. Always had our backs. Like my Aunt Judy said, you guys would have loved her. Anybody she came in contact with immediately befriended them. That was who she was. She was an inspiration to all of us. She was all about family. And like my family said, we're not going to stop seeking justice for our grandma.
Amen.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz. And then the final person you will hear from before we start taking your question. Biani Caro.
Good afternoon. My name is Biani Caro, and I am Millie Ortiz's granddaughter. And as you've all heard, my grandmother was all about family. And that's what I want to remind everyone, that what you see up here, this love, this power, this unity, it was fostered by her, by my grandfather. And we won't stop. We won't stop fighting for her because she deserves justice, and this doesn't. Nobody deserves to go through this, ever. And we will fight because that's what she would do. She wouldn't want anybody else to lose their family member. And so we will stand here in her name and fight. Justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz. Thank you, Biani. And that's what Biani and everyone said. If it would have been anybody else up here, Millie Ortiz would be fighting to the end to make sure that there was justice and accountability. And so that's what we intend to do. We intend to have all the facts laid out before a jury here in Central Florida, and for them to say to this family, we hear your pain, and we think $92 million representing $1 million for each year of her life is equitable. It is equitable because it sends a message that Orlando Police Department, City of Orlando, you must do better.
Yes.
You must do better. I mean, she was not supposed to leave her family like this. She was not supposed to leave her family like this. So at this time, we will take some of your questions. I know there are some Spanish-speaking outlets, and before we leave, we will allow them to answer in Spanish as well. Are there any questions?
Mr. Crump, according to the prosecutor's memo, the attorney for Officer A was seen to so what do you make of that factor? Additionally, us at West, we've asked the state attorney in the city to give us the video from the 7-Eleven camera of this alleged U-turn, should that video be released? And again, what do you make of the fact the officer's attorney said he was going after a guy who made an illegal U-turn on the opposite side of the case?
No, Justin, thank you so much for the question, but also for continuing to report on this matter. The family really appreciates it. The fact that it was a violation of policy for him to have a high-speed pursuit through that intersection for somebody who made a U-turn is part of the problem. But it is always condoning it. I mean, they keep condoning everything that happened in this tragedy. Even, them saying it was the maintenance repair company's fault, for not fixing the light. That's why the accident happened. It wasn't the officer. It was because his flashing light was not working, and so it didn't give sufficient warning to the driver. Well, at some point, you got to say, we have some fault in this as well. And we just can't pass the buck, because the reason tragedies like this happen is because there's not accountability. And when there's accountability, then people know that they have to follow the policies, they have to follow the safety rules, they have to follow the law. My God, as Evelyn said, the police got to follow the law. I mean, if they don't follow the law, then what does that say to all the rest of us? And absolutely, Justin, it should be transparency. It should not have taken, all of your efforts begging for the truth to be revealed. And it shouldn't take a yeoman's effort for them to release the 911 surveillance video that could give us a better vantage point of this deadly collision. I mean, how many more people got to die before OPD say we're going to be transparent with the people we swear to protect and serve? And so if we have to have a motion in the lawsuit over that, we're going to get full transparency. We're going to get to the truth. And we are going to get justice for Millie Ortiz.
Justice for Millie Ortiz.
The decision from the state attorney's office to not file their homicide charges. Your reaction?
It's very disappointing, because as Julie and Evelyn said, if it had been them, they would have been charged. So why is the police above the law? I know Tesla Figueroa, my law clerk, we went through great lengths going through the state attorney's report, and they talked about the work orders and the car going in there. So if they didn't fix it right, why did you put the car back out? And so, like I said, we're going to sue them all. I was taught in law school, lawsuit is like a party. You invite everybody and let them fight their way out. Orlando is blaming, PD is blaming the maintenance company. I'm sure the maintenance company is going to say, no, it was the officer's fault. It was the product manufacturer. But, we know who fault it wasn't. Millie Ortiz. Any other questions? Yeah, that was her daughters and their family saying, what can we do, Attorney Crump, to try to prevent another tragedy happening in this manner? And I know they met with, I talked with one of the city commissioners who said he wanted to help them try to make change. And so this law is just the thought of what can we do in Orlando to say what the police can do in pursuit and not do in pursuit to try to avoid things like this. So we look forward to working with city commissioners who want to say that we're better than this, Orlando, to come up with what Millie's law will be. So you won't ever have another broken-hearted family saying, I never thought, as Evelyn said, I never thought the police department would be responsible for killing my mama. So that's what we're endeavoring to do. Yes, sir.
How do you overcome the sovereign immunity law that Florida has to protect their police causes?
Yeah, and I'm bringing Julie Santiago up, her baby daughter, because she has researched, and I mean, so much that she was sharing with me the recitations of the laws in the state of Florida, and just how unfair it is. Kill my mother like this, and you tell us the most we can get is $300,000 unless we can go convince the Florida legislature, which people haven't done in decades, to award more. Even once we get the jury verdict, they're saying they're still limited. But we got a couple of tricks up our sleeve. The fact that they are saying it was the maintenance company. Well, the maintenance company doesn't have a cap. The fact that we're going to look and see if there's a pattern in practice, because if we can show that this was a civil rights violation, then the city of Orlando would have to do right by this family. Or, the city leadership can do right on their own. They could step up and say, let's try to do right by Millie Ortiz. She was an incredible citizen here in Orlando. Let's don't treat her like she was a piece of trash to throw away. They can step up and do the right thing. Don't make this family have to go through all the pain and anguish of sitting through the trial and having the medical examiner talk about the mechanism of death and manner of death. And you heard her granddaughter talk about how she struggled for 2 days fighting for life after this violent collision. They can do the right thing. The question is, will they? And hopefully the citizens of Orlando should ask them, are they going to do right by Millie? That should be the question at city council meeting. Are you all going to do right by Millie Ortiz? She just wasn't Judy's and Evelyn's mother, but she was a mother to this community. She was a mother to the city of Orlando. Are y'all going to do right to our mothers? That's what we're going to ask the city leadership. And, if they don't do it, just remember that at election time. Yes, sir.
When is the litigation going to be filed, and where will it be filed?
It'll be filed more likely in federal court, because we're going to see if we can show a pattern in practice. But if not, it will come back to state court one way or the other. We know there's a factual dispute, so it will go before a jury, and we will talk about the value of Millie Ortiz's life, because I pray and hope that we will all agree about the value of this angel that we had here in Orlando. But we're going to fight apparently about liability, about whose fault it was. And at the end of the day, we will see who's left standing for the jury to assign culpability.
And I'm sorry, when will that be filed?
The two things we're trying to do is get all our experts together, because we want to be able to look at this, this enigma, this, we're reading about it in the report. The flashing lights weren't working. We sent it out for maintenance. It still wasn't working. We sent it back out for maintenance again. So our experts got to be able to examine the lights themselves and everything so we can make a prima facie case that, hold on, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. Either you sent it out for maintenance, you took it back in and said it was repaired, and it wasn't, and you sent the car back on the streets. So whose fault is that? Is it OPD's fault? Is it the maintenance company fault? I figure it's going to get very interesting in this litigation. Yes, Justin.
Some of the cases you referenced with the Cheryl Wheel and Downey Alvarez, they did internal investigation. Basically, the officers gave up some PTO. There was still a pending IA the officer entered into his actions that night. Are you hopeful any discipline action will be taken, and what should be the discipline?
Well, based on what seems to be the MO, they're going to get a slap on the wrist with no real correction or discipline, and that's the problem. That is a real problem, yeah. When your actions speak louder than your words, the mayor, the chief, and the leadership can say what they want, but your actions speak so loud that we don't need to hear your words. So if you're never going to hold anybody accountable for taking the lives of citizens that you swore to protect and serve, then whatever you say rings hollow. And so the families aren't expecting much, and that's sad when family members lose loved ones to the negligence of the police department and nothing happens to the police officers. Then that's a sad commentary on where we're at in Orlando. And think about it. In those cases we are representing, man, Millie Ortiz didn't do anything to cause her death, but yet no accountability. The homeless man, I mean, they ran up on top of him, killed him, left the car sitting on top of him, and went running. Didn't have flashing lights then. And they said, everybody from the chief of police to the state attorney, they say, he had a bad day. We're not responsible. What did he do wrong? He was just sitting there. And the police ran over him. And so we have work to do. And all of us have work to do. You all, please keep asking the questions to shine a light to it. Alexander, do you want to say something?
No, I was just giving you love.
Okay. All right. No, thank you, Alexander. I mean, Millie has an incredible family. They've been researching and reading and watching the video that they do have over and over again, because for us, that's a case, but for them, this was the
heartbeat
of their family. So, yes, ma'am. And then we're going to, I know some people expressed asking questions in Spanish, and Evelyn and Millie said they would answer. And
for you guys, in something like this, in a case like this, there's a lot of outcomes that can come. For you guys, what does justice look like?
Well, you can't get full justice because she's gone, but we want accountability.
Nothing can bring my mother back. There's, no matter what, she's not, that would be the greatest justice, right? But we know that's not going to happen. But what we want to see, like we've been voicing, is the accountability either from the police department, the manufacturing company, the people that did the lights, or anybody, the chief, the state attorney. She needs to be forthcoming and truthful when she does her reports, because she said that they've been trying to reach out to us, and until this day, no one has contacted us. So that's a flat out, blatant lie. She needs to own up and be truthful and honest, and I will have respect But right now, where I stand, there's no respect. I'm so sorry, but this is how I feel. At some point, I know I have to forgive, right? We got to forgive. We got to be forgiving. And I'm asking God to help me every single day to not harden my heart and to not embitter me. And I know at some point I'm going to have to, but I want it to come from here because it comes from the mouth out. It's not worth anything. So Miss Monique, Mr. Chief of the Police Department, you guys need to do better. And you need to change the laws so that that's what justice would be for us. Although, because no amount of money is going to bring my mother back. But you know what? You got to pay. Some way, somehow, you have to be accountable.
Amen.
If you can't be accountable for the police officer, because like Mr. and you know, if it would have been you, we all would have been arrested already and in jail and charged. And I'm not saying that he did it maliciously. No. But you know what? Own up to it. Say I'm sorry. Saying sorry doesn't admit guilt. You can say sorry. My mother was worth so much. Like Mr. Crump said, she was not a bag of trash. She was a human being that deserved better.
Yes, ma'am.
And the justice that we want is that someone, somehow, somebody, they have to be accountable, and there's got to be change.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Strong words from family members there, emotional words, as you heard from many members of this family, echoing those same sentiments. They are saying they want accountability in this, and so they are announcing that they're filing a $92 million lawsuit against Orlando Police Department, the maintenance department, the manufacturer of the lights as well, because of the questions and the concerns about what may have happened in this crash. In the moments leading up to it, when Millie Ortiz, 92 years old, was killed after being hit by an Orlando police officer who they say activated his lights for a traffic stop. The state attorney's office is declining to file charges in this, saying they cannot prove that the officer drove with reckless disregard because of questions about the maintenance of that vehicle. We've got to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus as that news conference continues, but we'll be right back.
their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are standing by and waiting for a news conference that's just getting underway right now, where Jay Collins, candidate for governor and the current lieutenant governor, is expected to speak about the state of the campaign. He's going to talk about some other issues, including data centers. Will no doubt be asked about some of the controversy that has that a number of outlets have reported this week, including allegations of his wife using some burner accounts on social media to try to boost some of his and tear down some enemies as well, political enemies. So let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference gets underway here.
Of the greatest governor in our state's history. That's Governor Ron DeSantis. His agenda and the Florida model has made a difference. And I'm going to fight for that every day. Let's talk about the debate. Fishback and Renner are both out there trying to make headlines on Twitter. And the reality is neither one really won. The reality is we saw everyone's character come to the surface. We see that reflecting out in polls that we're going to talk about here in a little bit. And we see that out there in the day-to-day actions. Fishback, again, seems to be angling to be a podcaster, and Renner seems to be an opportunist who's attacking me and not focused on the actual win in the primary. Ask yourself why that is. The only one being attacked on that podcast was me. Well, I tried to focus on the task at hand, Byron Donalds. It wasn't Fishback, it wasn't Renner, it was me doing that. I'm the only person in this race with a fighting chance against Byron Donalds, and the math is going to show that very clearly. You know, in this race, we're going to have choices. You might even say that we find ourselves in a time for choosing overall. And overall, we cannot let those choices be or broken down by hyperbole. What I want to talk about here is recent polling that we had. We released it today. It's incredibly important to define this race based on the reality on the ground. No race has ever been won on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram. It's won when our citizens come together and vote, when they use their voice to pick a candidate who reflects their values. Right now, it shows that Byron Donalds has hit a ceiling, hovering in the same place he has been week after week, month after month, about 37%. We have come over 20%. This is a live poll that we're sharing with the people. If you want more data, I would encourage you to reach out to my team, and we're happy to work with you to provide whatever you asked for on that. Because the simple fact is this: we're not hiding, we're not being soft, and there's a lot of time left in this race. The people of Florida deserve a fighter. They deserve somebody who actually understands the core problems and wants to fight for them. It's not about winning arguments. It's about winning for the people of Florida. And with that, I want to open this up to your questions.
All right, please raise your hand or put questions in the chat. We have our first one from Jacob at Florida Politics. This is on Florida Highway Patrol. He's saying funding for a Florida Highway Patrol security detail for your office expired at the start of July. Do you still have a FHP security detail? And if so, how many troopers are assigned to protect you?
So, yes, I have an FHP detail. And I'm not going to give operational information out there because in this world today, it's an unfortunate reality that there are threats and risks. But I will tell you, it is mission-driven and put together by a team of professionals who I am grateful to have. We are very blessed to have heroes out there on the road every day protecting our people. Next question.
All right, next question. I don't know if I'm missing any raised hands. Here's one from Mitch Perry. Lieutenant Governor Collins, he says, I know you've debunked reports of your wife having burner accounts that have criticized the governor. Can you elaborate on that?
We stand on the facts. You know, last I checked, this is the United States of America, and it is the great state of Florida. We have nearly 23.5 million people, and the law and the rules are very clear. First off, you have a presumption of innocence until proven guilty. And the fact is we have gone overboard to show clearly that we didn't receive any reset texts. The truth is the truth, no matter how much some of the people on X don't want to believe it. And a lie is still a lie, no matter how much they want to scream. Those are not my wife's accounts. We did not have any hand in that. And we are hard focused on the same exact thing, serving the 23.5 million people that call Florida home and standing alongside our governor and First Lady and doing the very best job we can to leave this state better than we got it. A good question. Thank you.
All right, our next question. Why do you think Byron Donalds is not moving in this race?
So in this race, you've seen Byron stagnate. At one point, you know, depending on what poll you read, he was up in the high 40s and has gone backwards. Let's address the numbers. Over 15 to 18 months, however long Byron's been in this race, you have had many people with an opportunity to choose him. And roughly 40% of people have said they will never choose Byron. That means that for some reason, what he's saying, what he's doing, or what he believes is not resonating with the people of Florida. You know, the thing I love about Florida is that it's full of Florida guy and Florida gal, and they have a mind of their own. They do what they believe is correct, and they very much believe in individual freedoms and that our rights are God-given, upheld by our Constitution, and it's not the government's money, it's yours. I think people question, why wasn't he in the communities when things happened? Why does he not seem to know the details on what's working or not working across the state? People don't want leaders who talk on Fox News. They want leaders who are on the ground where lives are impacted. That's what I've done my entire life. And I think that's exactly why you see us slowly moving up in real polling month after month. Because people deserve leadership. People deserve someone focused on the people of Florida, not the politics.
Okay, a couple more coming into the chat here. Going back to the allegations, Lieutenant Governor, are you concerned that members of the EOG would be raising these allegations, considering you are a member of the current administration?
Well, look, it is a free world, and they have a First Amendment right to free speech. They do not speak for the governor. That has been made very clear, it seems. And but yeah, I would encourage them to sit down and have a conversation like anybody else would. I am exactly who I say I am. I say what I mean what I say, and I show up and I work very hard for the people of Florida. Ultimately, what bothers me is if people do this to me now, knowing that I have the ability to protect myself and stand up there and fight, what are they going to do to other people? You can't have things handled this way. Having a court of public opinion on X, which presumes innocence or guilt one way or the other, is not how life works. And I would encourage people to also remember that Twitter or X or Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or whatever other platforms there are out there, because, you know, I am certainly in the demographic that's probably online less than most. They're not real life. Go talk to voters. Go talk to people. Go talk to your neighbors. And what you find out is they're not sitting on X 24/7. They're talking to neighbors. They're trying to pay their bills. They want someone who's worried about the kitchen table in their house, not the boardroom table in Tallahassee. That's who I am. That's what I've been talking about since day one.
All right, our next question. Are you still actively seeking Governor DeSantis' endorsement, or do you think you'll be able to best Donalds without it?
Look, we can win this race no matter what. And I am grateful for the opportunity to be here and be his lieutenant governor. He's the greatest governor in our state's history. Who wouldn't want his endorsement? I stand alongside him, our First Lady, and the great state of Florida in protecting and serving our people every single day. But no matter what he does or doesn't do, I am owed nothing. I fight for our people every day, and I'm grateful to be his lieutenant governor, where he handpicked me to serve our great state.
My next question. This is from Marianne Mancuso. You've had access to Fishback's property records for months. Why file now, 6 weeks before the primary, instead of before qualifying closed in June?
Well, you know, it's a funny thing. We had a new law pass, and that new law actually changed the dynamics of how we can affect this situation. There had to be qualified candidates. So that meant that after they were officially qualified, you could push a lawsuit forward. Furthermore, I will tell you, I don't love how this law works. I think that we're going to have to go revisit it. I don't think it's appropriate to have a candidate be the single way to solve this. But I do know this, right is right and wrong is wrong. And I'm willing to stand in and fight and to protect the sanctity of our ballot, to make sure that we protect election integrity, because it is the single most important thing we have right now. If you can't trust the ballots, you can't trust anything. And doing the right thing is what I aim to do and what I've always done. I stand on that.
All right, next question. Do your polling numbers reflect what you're seeing on the ground?
Yeah, I think the polling numbers we have matched our internal polling, which we, by nomenclature, have kept internal. This is an external poll that we thought we would share with the public. They absolutely do. And I'll tell you, I think they may even be a little lower than what we've seen out there in certain places. And people just want a leader who's on the ground and cares about their needs, what they want to see, and who's more focused on the future of the state of Florida and leaving it better than we got it than winning political arguments on X. That's why it's so important to be in the communities. And it's one of those things that I am inherently grateful for to Governor Ron DeSantis, because as Lieutenant Governor, I get to go city to city, county to county, and talk to Floridians everywhere I go. That is such an incredible privilege and honor, and it's something that I don't take lightly.
Okay, I believe we have a question from Dara Cam at State Affairs Pro.
Thank you, Governor, for doing this.
Yes, ma'am.
I just, you've talked about your appreciation and loyalty to Governor DeSantis. And we know that Byron Donalds has an endorsement from Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis really are the goats in Florida politics. And I ask this of other candidates too, so forgive me. But is it possible, do you think it's possible to win in Florida statewide without an endorsement from one or the other of those two highly revered Republicans in Florida?
So, no, that's a good question. And then what I'll tell you is, look, they are incredible leaders. Governor Ron DeSantis, and hey, first off, if you hear a dog whining and grumbling, we have a Dutch Shepherd who is trying to figure out where the voices are coming from, and he's sitting here chirping and growling at us. He's a talker, so please just bear with us, okay?
I like dogs.
Yeah, me too. He's a handful, though. He's like a little velociraptor running around the house. Very smart, very active, very agile. But look, Ron DeSantis he's a generational leader in our state. He's incredible. The things he's done, the things he stood for have been transformative for our state. And having a president like Donald J. Trump, who has stepped in and actually said what he meant and then followed through, it's an incredible thing to see a president who moves the needle and puts things on paper and gets them done, a governor who's collaborative and solving those problems, because it empowers us at the local and state level to do incredible things. But let's talk about what your question was. Yes, it's possible to win no matter what. And, Governor DeSantis has said he does not love weighing in on primaries. And if he decides to, I think it'll make a big difference. But this race is 100% winnable no matter what. I am the current lieutenant governor of Florida. When Ron DeSantis appointed me, he said some things that mattered. He said, I have picked Jay to lead our state if something happens to me. I would not put him here if he would not make a good governor. I would not put him here if he couldn't step in and run the state on day one. He is day one ready and will not fail the people of Florida. That's a big deal. And those words have real meaning. So yes, we have about 40 days left in this race. It is winnable. We're in this to win it, and always prioritize the people of Florida.
Just to follow up on that, if I might.
This virtual news conference continuing right now. Meanwhile, we're going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live inside this courtroom in Provo, Utah. It is day 4 of the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson, who's accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk. They are now showing video evidence. This is Lance Twiggs, who was the roommate and former lover of Tyler Robinson. They are showing a partial recorded interview with Lance Twiggs. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
That potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice. In addition, I just want to make sure that our recording here is clear that you've also been given a federal agreement and a state agreement granting you immunity from prosecution for materials that you discuss now. Do you understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay. First, we're going to cover some of the things that you've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Full name with middle name or just first and last?
First and last is fine.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
And would you say when you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay.
And will you describe your relationship with Tyler when you first met him anyway? When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate, so I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first, when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone?
No, I think
Okay. I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we got it recorded. Okay, so again, I placed you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. They're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you don't owe me my mic, but that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right. Is that mic off?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
All right, okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived when on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being higher ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4. Depending on where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. So, yeah.
Okay. Let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Into September 10th. Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that
I can do that.
You mind? You're right in front of your laptop.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you.
That's of you.
Thank you.
All right, so what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day?
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.?
Yeah.
What about, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where our Dremel was and told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember. Because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months, but I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay. Right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3 with a note, and this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th.
Yes.
The night of September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
And now I want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
Yeah, that was the server of his friend that I was mentioning.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally. Who are these people? Members of
this is his friend group. They played D&D together every week.
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Or go to the next page?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, Tyler Icom, who's that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And these other people are just others that are members of the server?
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, DM means Dungeon Master. So these are most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Got it. Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th.
Okay.
Because at least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at like 11. So.
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
Okay. So again, we're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages. Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen?
Yes.
Okay. Right, so again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting?
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home, and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home? Mm-hmm. And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. He started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it, and then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Okay. Okay, before he came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat,
okay.
But I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images. Okay, I'm on the FBI's website. You can see the URL there at the top. This is some press release about this event. And here on the screen, you see these, looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last two, definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This looks like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I talked. I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friends' end.
Okay. All right, I want to back up a little bit now. We've talked about September 10th, but let me get a little bit of context here. So, did you game with Tyler?
More video testimony being played from this pre-recorded interview between investigators and Lance Twiggs, who is the roommate and former lover of Tyler Robinson, who is charged with aggravated murder in this case. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, from that courtroom in Provo, Utah, to a courtroom in Osceola County, giving you a live look right now. Ronald Pack and Marie Kiernan, they are two suspects facing charges in connection with alleged unlicensed assisted living facilities. This is something that Fox 35 has been investigating. We know the Osceola County Sheriff's Office recently as well discussed what their investigation found, leading to these two suspects' arrests. And we've heard about some of the conditions that loved ones of who had family members in these facilities talked about. This is a pretrial detention hearing. It will determine whether or not the suspects are granted bond or whether they will have to stay behind bars while they await their trial. There's going to be some evidence put on, some witnesses we're going to hear from, and let's go ahead and listen in live.
Our virtual proceeding, Mr. Scott Strauss, special counsel, and Mandy Largenette.
Yes, she is going to be our third witness. So I don't know if counsel wants her in the room now or.
Well, I just admitted everyone who is in the virtual lobby. So, all right. Good afternoon, counsel.
Your Honor, we will be moving for rule sequestration.
All right. So the defense is now requested to invoke the rule of sequestration. So you said Ms. Largenette is a witness? Is that
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Largenette, I'm going to move you to the virtual lobby, and then I will admit you at the time that you're called as a witness. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Detective Manuel Barbosa.
Actually, before we take that testimony, Mr. Dominguez and Mr. Edge, any arguments that the state's motion for pretrial detention is not legally sufficient?
Good, Judge. On behalf of Mr. Packer.
Okay.
No, Your Honor, but we would state that only counts 3 and 5 be subject to the pretrial detention.
All right. Let's go ahead and swear the witness in.
Raise your right. Please officer or affirm the testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. Let's move him to the witness stand. And state, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Detective, this proceeding is being audio recorded. Please limit yourself to verbal answers. Stay close to that microphone so everyone can hear you and we get a good record. Can you start by telling us your first and your last name and spelling each one of those for us?
Yes, Your Honor. It's going to be Detective L-E-L-E-L-I-E-L, Mangual, M-A-N-G-U-A-L.
Ms. Day, you may inquire.
All right, Detective Manuel, where are you currently employed?
Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
Since 2018.
In what capacity are you employed?
I'm currently a detective.
What are your duties as a detective?
I investigate crimes against persons.
When did you begin investigating the defendants in this case, Ronald Pack and Marie Kiernan?
Approximately March 2025.
What prompted the investigation?
We received multiple calls for service from their residences. I knew of them because I've responded personally to some of these calls for service before becoming a detective.
And what were they doing business as?
It was Cherish Home Care and Cherish Independent Living Care.
And Your Honor, it's already been admitted into evidence as states Composite Exhibit 1, if I can approach for the court.
You may.
These are Sunbiz records.
Okay.
How many residences did you identify that they were operating these facilities in Osceola County?
Approximately 8.
Can you list those addresses for the court?
That's in 941 Gillingham Drive, 308 Ashburton, 953 and 958 Louver, 3924 Carrick Bend, 7 Catalina Court. I'm trying to remember as much as I can, but there's a lot of them.
Was there one on Great Harbor?
That's correct, 2378 Great Harbor.
And Swan Way?
That's correct, 716 Swan Way.
Were you able to become aware of which of these houses that were owned by them versus which were rented by them?
Yeah, the only one that was owned by Mr. Pack was 941 Gillingham. The rest were rentals.
And are these residences single-family homes? Are they something else? Are they townhomes? Can you describe them for the court?
Yeah, they're single-family homes in a residential neighborhood.
Okay, so these are not actual facilities in any type of commercial space?
That's correct.
How big is the largest home?
I believe 5 beds, 3 baths.
On average, how many victims would the defendants keep in each of the homes?
And an average, anywhere from 10 to 15.
Objection to the term of victims, Judge.
Response.
Your Honor, not only the charging document, but the jury instructions and all of these cases refer to the victims as victims, which the state has specifically alleged in these counts. The abuse of an elderly person or disabled adult and the aggravated abuse of an elderly person or disabled adult to wit. And like I said, the jury instructions insert victims, so it is entirely appropriate for the state to refer to them as victims.
Your objections are ruled.
And so you said that there were approximately 10 to 15 victims in each of these homes?
That's correct.
You said that largest house was 5 bedrooms, 3 baths, but on average, how big are these houses?
I don't know square footage, but anywhere from 3 to 5 bedrooms.
Okay. And did you become aware of if they were operating homes or had this business in other parts of the state of Florida prior to coming to Osceola County?
There was some involvement in South Florida as well.
Approximately how many calls for service had the Sheriff's Office received regarding their homes during your investigation?
Since 2024, almost 400 calls for service.
What was the nature of these different calls for service?
They varied from verbal disturbances to medical calls. Physical disturbances, they vary in a lot of different ways.
Would you say that this is significantly higher compared to the number of calls for service you would receive as a detective responding to a regular single-family home residence?
That's correct. With the average number for single-family residents, about 1 to 3 calls in their lifetime.
And you received over 400 calls for these houses from 2024 until your investigation concluded?
That's correct.
Did you ever personally respond to calls for service at these homes?
That's correct.
How would you describe the living condition of the houses?
They were unkept, they were dirty, they smelled, there were locks on windows, doors, refrigerators, pantries, and there was numerous people sleeping in 2, 3, 4 people sleeping in the same bedroom and sharing one bathroom. It was not ideal living conditions.
And can you describe the types of individuals or victims that were living in these houses?
Yeah, most of them are either elderly or disabled adults, mentally ill adults.
Were there any that were bedridden as part of their physical disability?
There were several, yes.
So were they able to care for themselves mentally and physically?
No, they were not.
Were you able to determine if there was someone who had been, quote unquote, designated to care for the victims if the defendants were not physically present in the homes?
Yeah, there was a, quote, house manager that was kind of in charge of every one of these homes.
And who was responsible for sanctioning or determining who that house manager would be?
The defendants.
Throughout your investigation, did you consistently find that the victims were unlawfully locked inside the residences?
That is correct.
Were they free to move about the house on their own or leave the house on their own?
They were not.
And you testified to seeing locks on the windows, doors, refrigerators, etc. At this time, Judge, I would present to the court what's in evidence of State's Composite 2, photographs and such. What about when the victims needed...
Ms. Day.
Sorry, Judge.
If you want me to review these, you need to not ask questions while I review.
Apologies, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you testified about they were not free to leave physically due to the locks on the windows and the doors. What about if the house was not in good working order and in bad condition? Were they able to leave then?
They were not.
Was there a time where you were able to observe a house that had significant damage to it?
That's correct.
Can you tell the court about that?
Yes. Specifically 941 Gillingham, there was a pretty bad water leak coming from somewhere from the second floor of the house. The second floor of the house was not stable. It was like squishy. And that water was leaking down to the first floor, and the entire ceiling in the kitchen area was gone, exposing the bare wood. The wood was wet, and there was active water dripping from the floor to the point where it fell on me while I was there.
And even though the house was in that condition, they were still locked into the house?
That's correct.
What would happen if they needed emergency medical care?
The house manager was advised to contact Ms. Marie or Ronald first before they called law enforcement or an ambulance.
So they were not allowed to call 911 themselves?
They were not.
Did you ever meet with a victim named Pinky McIntosh?
I did.
What did Ms. McIntosh tell you?
During one of the visits to the homes, she asked to speak to me privately. She stated that she has been wanting to leave the residence, and the defendants have not let her leave the residence. She also stated that they're controlling her finances and her medication to the point where she can't administer her own medication.
And so you just testified about Ms. McIntosh not being able to control her own finance or medication. Were you able to discover that there were other victims that were in the same situation?
That is correct.
And were there some that required daily medication and care and were unable to get that care?
That's correct.
I want to talk about some examples. Were you familiar with the Luther Hancock?
That's correct.
Tell the court about Luther's condition.
More testimony continuing right now. This is one of the detectives who investigated this case, talking about what they found at Cherish Home Care, which is an alleged unlicensed assisted living facility that they say was being run by Marie Kiernan and Ronald Pack, who are now facing charges in this case. They are inside the courtroom right now sitting at the defendant's tables. Investigators have said they were called to those properties more than 300 times, found patients locked inside roach-infested rooms that had padlocks on the doors. And medical examiners have even linked one death to a medication overdose. So testimony continuing. This is a bond hearing, pretrial detention. It'll determine whether or not they'll be able to post bond, get out of jail, or if they'll have to stay behind bars while they wait for their trial. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Not to ping pong between court hearings here, but I do want to get you back to Provo, where the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson is going on. And the reason I want to get you back to this is because they are reading some of the text messages between Tyler Robinson and his roommate, Lance Twiggs. Just a moment ago, we saw a text read out that Twiggs sent to Robinson asking him, "Why'd you do it?" And he said, quote, "I had enough of his hatred," talking about Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist who was shot and killed on September 10th. Robinson is charged with aggravated murder in that case. We are continuing to hear more of those texts between them read out. I do want to caution there has been some language in these, so viewer discretion is advised. But we're going to go ahead and listen in here for a few minutes as this preliminary hearing continues and we hear some of these text messages read out in court.
God only knows who it's registered to. Hopefully some dead guy who gave it to Grandpa. And he continues, "Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke."
And then continue, I'll stop you in a moment.
He says, "All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks."
And let me stop you there. And then if we could go on to the next page, page 9. And do you see the first blue message we see on page 9? Can you start there?
Yes. So Lance says, do you need it for hunting? And Tyler says, no, my dad wanted to use a high caliber for the rifle hunt. Judging from today, I say Gramps' gun does just fine. IDK. I think that was a 2K scope. Lance says, geez. And then Tyler says, OMW home 3.5 hours. Lance says, drive safe. And then Tyler says, delete this exchange.
And I'll stop you right there. And then, sorry, we're on page 9. If we can scroll to page 15. And then the second grade message on page 15, if you could start there.
Okay. So this is Tyler. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. We hope to keep things sort of quiet here.
And then I'll stop you there.
Okay.
And we can remove the exhibit from the screen. Thank you, Kimberly. We mentioned a Cellbrite extraction of Mr. Twiggs' phone. Do you know what time that last text was sent?
Yeah, I recall it was just before 8 p.m. on September 11th. It was, I think, 7:42 p.m. is my recollection.
I'm sorry, September 11th?
Yes.
Would September 12th make sense, or you're saying September 11th?
So September 11th was when he turned himself in.
Okay.
It was September 11th, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to show just for the witness, State's Exhibit 16.2. Let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do, yep.
What is it?
This is just more photos of Lance's phone. And these are, these are sorry, how to bring, sorry, go with your question, please.
I'm just asking what it is. So you said it's a photo of Lance's phone. Do you know if that's from the same time period as the exhibit we just looked at?
Yes.
And what is it of?
These are the Discord messages of that Lance had talked about.
How do you know that?
So Lance, in the first interview with FBI, shows the phone. The photos are taken by Agent Larson, and then these images are shown to Lance during his second interview, and he confirms that these are those same messages, and this is photos of Lance's phone.
You mentioned an Agent Larson took the photos. Do you know if he's the same agent that took the photos of this exhibit, 16.2?
Yes, same agent.
And you spoke with him to confirm that?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware if Mr. Twiggs is actually part of this Discord thread?
Yes, he is a part of it. He doesn't, in this section, he doesn't reply to it, but he does state in his statement that he was part of that thread.
Does he identify whether Mr. Robinson is part of that thread?
He does.
And when did that happen?
He identifies that in his first interview with the two FBI agents, and then he again confirms that in his second interview.
Did Mr. Twiggs say what username on Discord Mr. Robinson used, at least with respect to this thread?
Yes, it's the Tyler/Icum, IKUM.
And is Exhibit 16.2 a fair and accurate representation of that Discord thread?
Yes, it is.
Did law enforcement send, as part of your investigation, did law enforcement send a subpoena to Discord?
Yes, they did.
Were these messages recovered via that subpoena?
They were.
Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
And in State's Exhibit 16.2 that is before you, when is the first message from Tyler sent?
7:57 p.m.
And it says yesterday. Do you have any knowledge of what day that would have been?
Yes, this would have been September 11th.
So Tyler sends the first message that you're seeing on Exhibit 16.2, September 11th at 7:57 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified earlier that Mr. Robinson arrived at the Washington County Sheriff's Office approximately at 9 p.m. Is that right?
This agent continuing to testify in court right now in the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson, and we heard, read, and saw some of the text messages between Tyler Robinson and his roommate Lance Twiggs. If you were with us a little bit ago, we also saw some of the pre-recorded testimony shown as video evidence. So we're continuing to monitor this. This is day 4 of that hearing.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
This is Florida Live.
Well, welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 Plus. We appreciate you joining us today. Busy day. If you've been joining us for the past few hours, we are live here in Lake Mary, not in Provo, Utah. Let's clear off these supers if we can, guys. We were listening in, if you were just with us on Fox 35 News Plus, had been listening in to that hearing, preliminary hearing, day 4 of that. Tyler Robinson in court, charged with aggravated murder in connection with the death of Charlie Kirk. And we were seeing and hearing some of the text messages being read between Tyler Robinson and his roommate at the time. That was interesting to hear, and hearing the detective talk about that. We're also monitoring a court hearing out of Osceola County where 2 suspects who are facing charges in an alleged they're accused of running an unlicensed assisted living facility, and so they're in court right now for a pretrial detention hearing. We'll find out if they are granted bond or what the situation may be with that coming up in a little bit. So we're continuing to monitor that. But we are tracking breaking news this afternoon here on Florida Live. I want to show you the arrest photos of Willie Carpenter, who is now facing charges in connection with a homicide from 1988. He is now arrested and facing a charge of first-degree murder in connection with that cold case of nearly 38 years ago. He was just arrested today by the U.S. Marshals Service, North Carolina Regional Task Force, and is currently awaiting extradition to Orlando. So here's some details about the case that he is now facing charges in. It involves this woman who is the victim here, Diane Matthews. She was found killed on September 8th, 1988 inside an answering service where she worked on North Magnolia Avenue in downtown Orlando. They said she had severe injuries to her face to the point that she was unrecognizable. So there was evidence that was taken from the scene. There was fingerprints, DNA samples, but at the time, investigators say just the DNA technology was not routinely used in things like that, but detectives had preserved that biological evidence, and despite all of that, the case went cold, but they had been able to kind of rerun some tests with new technology. They say that led to them seeking an arrest warrant this year, and now resulting in the arrest of this man, Willie Carpenter, charged with first-degree murder in connection with that case. So we're continuing to follow that and learn some more details about that situation. But again, the headline here, an arrest made in a 1988 cold case homicide, and we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also following up today on a fire in Orange County that ended up sending a couple of deputies to the hospital. Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte joining us live from that scene right now. Stephanie, we appreciate you joining us here today. Stephanie, you should be able to hear me now. Sorry about that. We appreciate you joining us here today. What do we know about this fire and the situation here?
Yeah, hi, Garrett. So, unfortunately, let me flip the camera around here. There was this house fire here in the Dr. Phillips area. And sorry, it's so sunny. I'm just trying to flip the camera quick. Okay, well, I'll do it this way. And you can see that their entire garage went up in flames. And just look at all of the things that were burnt inside of the garage. And on top of the home there as well, you could see where those flames kind of came up above the garage, really smoldering everything inside. Thankfully, the fire department said that the flames didn't go into the actual home, so that is a good news there. When they got the 911 call, though, the 911 caller had said there's a 14-year-old inside, we believe, or missing, they said. There's a 14-year-old that is missing. We don't know if he's inside. So deputies were first to the scene. The fire department says a lot of the times deputies, police, they get here before the fire department just because they're usually patrolling just out and around everywhere. And so the deputies had gotten to the scene and immediately jumped into action to try to see if they could find this 14-year-old. And they had gotten inside. They were looking for the 14-year-old who ultimately was able to get out on his own. But the two of the deputies were sent to the hospital for smoke inhalation. 4 deputies were checked out in total. We're hoping that those 2 that were sent to the hospital are doing okay. The fire trucks are back out here. They are checking and for fires, for hot spots, things like that. But it does seem like everything is okay now. The Red Cross was here for the family as well. But the good news is that, the people inside the home were able to get out. That teenager was able to get out. And actually, the fire department had said, we thank those deputies for their valiant efforts for getting here and immediately trying to save lives, because that is what first responders do.
Yeah, well, it's a scary situation. Glad everyone was, from the home was able to be out okay. Any update on those deputies right now?
No, just that, 2 of them were hospitalized. I did just reach out to the sheriff's office for an update, so we'll have to report back hopefully we can get some more information for our news at 5 and 6 o'clock. But as of now, the last that we heard was that they were hospitalized for the smoke inhalation and that 2 others were checked out, but they didn't go to the hospital.
Stephanie,
you can see just one more time. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
ahead,
I was just going to ask you about that damage. If you could kind of show us so we can see it. It looks extensive. Just give us an idea of what we're looking at there.
Yeah. Can you see okay?
Yeah, we can see it pretty clearly.
Okay, so you can see I'm on the sidewalk in front of their house now, and you could just see all of these different items that are charred. That looks like a table, but the legs almost look like tires just of how much they are charred. All of these things here, and just look at the garage. I mean, the entire garage just went up in flames. Everything inside was just destroyed. But the good news in a sense is that the flames, the fire department said, were, just in this area. This part of the house has the smoke damage, but the flames didn't rip through the actual home where the people live and sleep and all of that. It kind of was contained to the garage, which is the good news there that, unfortunately this family has to deal with the smoke damage, but the flames themselves and the worst part of it was in the garage.
And Stephanie,
we did have the state fire marshal out here too. They're looking into what happened.
That was going to be my next question there. Well, Fox 35 Stephanie Buffamonte, we appreciate you joining us live out there in Orange County today and joining us here on Florida Live.
Thank you, Garrett.
So we'll continue to follow up on that. Stephanie will have more coming up a little bit later on Fox 35 News. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
4:37. Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, the Clearwater Police Department announced that it has obtained 6 arrest warrants, including 5 for juveniles, in connection with a May 31st Clearwater Beach teen takeover takeover. And if you'll remember, one teenager, a 17-year-old, did get shot during that incident. Now, investigators link the disruptive incident to a dangerous national social media trend that frequently draws large crowds and sparks violence. Hundreds of teenagers swarmed Clearwater Beach on the afternoon of May 31st. That was a Sunday for this organized teen takeover event. The gathering turned violent when gunfire erupted. Now, as I mentioned, a 17-year-old was struck by gunfire. He did suffer non-life-threatening injuries. And the day after the shooting, officers arrested a 16-year-old and charged him with attempted second-degree murder, discharging a firearm in public, and unlawful possession of a firearm by a minor. A second 17-year-old from Brandon was also arrested after running from the scene with a hidden weapon. Police charged him with carrying a concealed firearm, resisting an officer without violence, and possession of a firearm by a minor under the age of 18. Now, detectives later reviewed digital media and coordinated with surrounding agencies to file additional rioting charges. 2 of the 6 newly wanted individuals are actually already in custody, and one of those who's in custody, Garrett, is that teenager who was shot during that teen takeover event. Now, the single adult warrant names Nigel Carlston. The law enforcement partners in Pasco, Hillsborough, and Polk counties are actively working to locate him, as well as the 3 other juvenile suspects. As of right now, police have not released the names or specific descriptions of those remaining teenagers who are still wanted. Officials have also not specified which precise social media channels were used to promote this teen takeover event. Again, that event did happen back in May, and one teenager was shot. That teenager has been arrested in connection with the event. Another teenager was also recently arrested, but the Clearwater Police Department is still searching for 4 other people in connection with that teen takeover.
Well, we have heard investigators talk about how seriously they take this, how important it is, how much they are working to crack down on things like this, and this is just evidence of that.
Yeah, this is absolutely evidence of that. And they said that they did like a digital review. They looked at video that was taken at the scenes. They are going over witness testimony. They are really investigating this and going after people for this teen takeover event. Again, one teenager was shot, and that teenager did survive, had non-life-threatening injuries, but it could have been much worse. And again, these new 6 arrest warrants were recently obtained, and they are in addition to the 2 people who were arrested. One teenager was arrested, I believe, the same night of the event on May 31st, and the other teenager who was arrested the next day, and that teenager is accused of shooting the 17-year-old who was struck by gunfire on May 31st during that teen takeover event.
All right, also, Nancy, in our Tampa connection today, a tragedy after a tree falls on a house in Wesley Chapel. What do we know?
Yeah, so this actually happened on Monday. And Mark Godsey, he was in his home on Brisk Drive when a large tree split in half and crashed on his house. He did not survive the impact. And as of right now, investigators are still working to determine if storms caused that tree to fall or what happened that caused this tree to split in half and fall on the house. Now, Godsey's sister-in-law says that his wife immediately tried to run inside the damaged home to save him, but she was unable to reach him. Family and friends say Godsey will be remembered for his kindness, integrity, and his commitment to helping others. The community is coming together to return the favor and help his family. After hearing about the tragedy, the owner of Cody's Tree and Debris organized several local businesses to remove the massive tree from the home and begin the cleanup process. Volunteers and neighbors are also stepping in to help stabilize the house and salvage what they can. And as the family makes funeral arrangements, relatives have launched an online fundraiser to help cover those expenses and the other costs from this tragedy. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, in our Tampa connection today, getting a look inside the proposed new Rays stadium. These new renderings just released yesterday, and I tell you what, they are impressive to see.
Yes, they are very impressive to see. So far, we've seen a lot of renderings of what the outside may look like, but the team released 5 interior renderings for what it calls its Forever Home ballpark. Now, this proposed stadium would be built on the Hillsborough College Dale Mabry campus that is directly across from Raymond James Stadium. Rays CEO Ken Babby discussed the renderings during a recent broadcast. He says the team wanted to share this first look with fans as they continue to work on the final legal documents. The renderings show a fixed roof ballpark designed to feel open and bright with sky views from inside the stadium. The Rays say the design includes about 30,000 fixed seats with the ability to expand for concerts, conventions, and other major events. The plans also feature 2 large video scoreboards, club spaces near both bullpens, a center field bar, and a larger, deeper Rays touch tank. Babby says the roof is one of the features the team is most excited about, noting that fans will feel like they are outside, but they will be able to enjoy the climate-controlled comforts of being indoors. The primary entrance would sit beyond center field, creating a plaza-style gateway. Babby says the goal is to make the ballpark feel highly intimate, putting seats behind home plate closer to the catcher than the catcher is to the pitcher. He also says the team remains committed to affordable ticket options. The ballpark would anchor a massive mixed-use development around a reimagined college campus, including residential, retail, and community spaces. An independent analysis projects the broader development would generate more than $55 billion in total economic impact over 35 years and support nearly 12,000 permanent jobs. As for what is next, the design elements could change. The Rays say they are continuing to meet with Tampa and Hillsborough leaders to finalize the funding agreement and secure approval for the final legal and financial documents. But it looks pretty impressive, doesn't it, Garrett?
It sure does. I love the openness of it. You know, I think the natural light coming in looks great, especially when you compare it to, to the Trop. I love seeing that. The touch tank with the Rays. Love that.
Yeah, so do I. The touch tank has always been one of my favorite parts about going to the Rays game. In addition to watching the baseball game, it's just a really cool, Florida feeling, and you do get to pet all the little Rays, which is always nice. But I do love the openness of it and the dome. As I was saying, it gives the fans the feeling of being outside, but who really wants to be sitting outside in July or August watching baseball? So this way we get to feel like we're outside, but we still get to enjoy the comfort of air conditioning.
Yeah, I think anyone who went to Rays games when they were playing last season at Steinbrenner Field knows that a covered stadium is the way to go in Florida.
Yes, it's definitely the way to go in Florida, not only because of the heat, but also because of the rain. So it's definitely a great way to go, and these renderings look amazing.
Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
And speaking of what it feels like outside in Florida in the summertime, we've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here now. Laurel, we've already been dealing with heat, but that's kind of nothing to what we're dealing with, today and over these next couple of days.
That heat is brutal out there, Garrett. It is quite literally that heat that as soon as you go outside, it's just that instant sweat. Like at 9 a.m. this morning, I already felt like it was 10 or 11 in the morning. So it's crazy hot out there. And unfortunately, it's not just going to be like one of those little quick heat snaps, but overall, it's just going to be lasting a few days. And the people who are out there on Daytona Beach right now have it right. 93 degrees out there. It is hot. It feels like summer, and that humidity making things feel even warmer out there. So the heat index right now in Daytona Beach, 106 degrees. It feels like 111 in Bithlo, 111 in Claremont, which is why region-wide and even all throughout South Florida up towards Jacksonville, heat advisories are in effect. Now, heat advisories are a little bit different depending on where you live. It is where heat is the most dangerous, depending on what the National Weather Service deems dangerous. And for us here in Central Florida, anything that comes close to feeling like 108 degrees, heat advisory gets issued. And again, that's a little bit different depending on where you live. But for us here in Central Florida, it is hot. It's going to be even extra hot with record challenging temperatures, 96 to 99 degrees from today all until Saturday. Afternoon peak heat indices going to be between 105 and 113 degrees. Hottest day most likely tomorrow. So forecast highs for tomorrow, upper 90s all across the board. And then as we take a look at those heat indices, it is going to feel brutal out there. If you thought today was brutal, just get ready for tomorrow. It is just going to feel even warmer. And for tomorrow, we may even break a couple of records. Orlando and Sanford have a chance of either tying or breaking records from heat as we take a look ahead. So it is hot, quite literally feeling like the dog days of summer in the middle and end of August as opposed to July. So a little bit of heat safety for you, because this just happened to me as I was mowing the lawn at 9 a.m. yesterday morning, and the heat didn't even kick in. So heat exhaustion over the next couple of days. If you find yourself sweating heavily, feeling a little sick, weak, make sure you get inside and just sip some cool water. You don't want to go chugging water. Just take little sips when you can. And if you feel those symptoms kind of lasting for a long time, you may be trying to go into heat stroke. And if you do, call 911, or if you have somebody that is experiencing some heat stroke, pull them into a cooler area so they can cool down. So again, just a little bit of heat safety over the next couple of days to keep you safe. Make sure you limit any outdoor activities, reapply that sunscreen, and of course, drink plenty of water. And the same goes for your pets as well. Make sure they are staying safe from the heat as we head through the next couple of days. But Garrett, out of curiosity, as we take a look at our iDrive cam, do you notice anything in particular?
I do. It's very hazy out there. Was that the right answer?
Good job. Ding, 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 ding. We need a soundboard in here.
Yeah. You know, all the buttons I have over here, I wish people could see. You know what? People can kind of see if I show the grid cam. But all these buttons I have here, and not one of them makes a fun sound like that.
Really?
I'm gonna have to get something added, because that would be great for my ego.
Okay,
if I could get like a ding 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 next time.
I'll even provide all the sounds. I'll do ding ding ding, or like an or I don't know. We'll make something up.
We'll work on that. But yeah, okay. So the haze, we're seeing that haze. It's from the Saharan dust.
Yes. So taking a look, here's our iDrive camera, and you can kind of see like this almost milkiness in the air. It's not that brilliant Florida blue that we normally have, and that's because of the Saharan dust. So that is slowly working its way in across Florida. This happens every single year right around this time. Sometimes the dust doesn't always reach Florida, but most of the time it does, and you'll notice kind of like that haziness or that milkiness in the air. Very filtered sunshine over the next couple of days. But this is going to lead to some very vibrant sunsets over the next couple of days, as well as those lower rain chances, making that heat feel even more brutal. And it's also going to lower our air quality a little bit. So if you're have like any very severe respiratory conditions, might want to stay inside as much as you can over the next couple of days. It's arriving locally today, but most likely we're going to be seeing the worst of it coming up this weekend. But here's a little bit of a taste of some of the sunsets that you'll be able to see over the next couple of days. Lots of reds and lots of fiery oranges. That sky is quite literally going to light up amber as we head through the next couple of days. So really hot, really humid, and here's the look ahead. As we take a look a little bit later on today, more of that dust just going to be settling in, and we can see most likely the most dense of that dust starting to work its way in as we take a look Saturday into Sunday. So if you're spending any time outside, just make sure you are being careful. And again, if you do feel yourself kind of getting a little bit rough when it comes to breathing, just go inside, relax for a little bit, and then you can most likely go back outside, because there will be a little bit of a hindrance when it comes to that air quality. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we also saw it, have a little bit of an impact to when it came to the, the storms yesterday with the thunder and the lightning. Even without some of the rain, kind of crazy.
Yeah, that lightning, just because of that extra little particle in the air and also that extra charge, completely put on a strobe light show yesterday. I don't think I've ever seen as many actual strikes or crawling lightning going across the sky ever.
It was intense.
It was intense.
It really was. Yeah. Okay, now let's talk about something else that's like really cool in the sky. For folks who were up this morning, may have seen the space jellyfish from the SpaceX launch.
Okay, genuinely, if I didn't know about this before, I would have thought this is totally like a sci-fi movie is being filmed here in Central Florida. So if you missed it, earlier on this morning, just before the sun rose, a SpaceX launch launched off Port Canaveral, so it was a gorgeous view of that. But I want you to notice one thing in this picture. Of course, the jellyfish going across the sky, that's super cool, but it was mainly clear, and that is one of the things that's needed in order for this phenomenon to take place. So there's a couple of things. Once that rocket goes off and lifts off from the Space Coast, it needs to have a clear sky, and it needs to be either before sunrise or after sunset. This is important because as the sun is rising, the ground is still dark, but way high up in the atmosphere, it's just starting to pick up the sun's light. So in order for this space jellyfish phenomenon to happen, the launch needs to be at dawn or dusk, so the ground is still dark, but the sun's light is just reaching the higher parts of the atmosphere. Gases of the rocket really start to expand once it gets into the higher atmosphere and interacts with that thinner air. It expands quite a bit more, and that's what kind of creates that wispy shape that we see, especially when the boosters disconnect. But once that gas interacts with the sun's light and kind of just illuminates just that little bit, we get those space jellyfish effects. So that's pretty cool. Something a little bit of, we got a ton of photos from that this morning.
We did.
Something pretty cool.
It is really cool. Yeah, here's one of the ones that we just showed. We got a couple of other ones as well. Yeah, I mean, it definitely something that got folks' attention. It's really cool to see, but I think that's really interesting. Like you said, a very specific kind of set of circumstances in order for us to, to be able to see something like that.
Yeah, no, it was really, really cool. And thank you all so much for the photos. Keep them coming if you got them. And we'll try to show them a little bit later on. And we'll dig into this a little bit more coming up at the news at 5 and 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, you'll have more on that coming up in a bit. Well, Laurel, we appreciate you joining us for our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We are going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. Okay, starting this month, the U.S. Department of Education will start rolling out what they're calling an accountability test. It's something that universities and colleges will have to pass. It's something that came from the One Big Beautiful Bill. And essentially, if an undergraduate program's graduates don't earn more than workers who never went to college, then that program could be cut off from federal student loans. So this is something that could impact others hoping to study that in the future. The same goes for any graduate program whose graduates earn less than someone with only a bachelor's degree would have. So it's essentially testing with this criteria the worth of that degree. Is it worth it? And should these federal loan programs continue to give out money if they determine that it's not worth it? So this was something that we talked about with Jessica Winsel, who is Associate Director of Employer and Alumni Connections at Rollins College, to talk about this and the implications of it.
Starting this month, the U.S. Department of Education will start rolling out what they call an accountability test that colleges will have to pass based on undergraduate and graduates' base salary after graduating in the careers compared to those who didn't go to college at all. Can you just explain to me a little bit about how that would start to work and be implemented?
Yeah, so this is something that is not necessarily new. Some colleges have already started doing this, but this will put it in the forefront. So it just really means that colleges need to kind of prove that their programs are having that outcome. So as students graduate from their programs, that they're able to be gainfully employed and also make that salary depending on that that industry or the job that they're going into. And like you said, based on if somebody didn't have a college degree going into that same role. So, you know, that's something that is being rolled out through this this law, but colleges are often looking at that information to make sure that they are working with those programs and incorporating the necessary career readiness programming into their programs so that students can be gainfully employed. So this is an area that a lot of institutions already pay really close attention to and prepare for as they are working with their upcoming graduates, and even 1 year or 5 years after graduation.
Awesome. And I wonder, you know, going forward, if they deem, you know, this program to not pass the accountability test, is there a way for a program to regain and pass the accountability test after they have met these requirements? Can they renew? Can they ask to be reevaluated?
That is something that I don't have a lot of information on, unfortunately. I know that there's a lot of work being done in the forefront for institutions to go into this process by passing, right? They want to have that program pass that the guidelines, but I don't have all of the information as far as like if a program fails, would they be able to reapply?
Okay, that makes sense. And so what's the baseline that they're trying to have the graduate salaries be above or below? And how reasonable is it for a wide variety of degree programs to actually pass this baseline?
So the baseline is really determined on the program and the jobs within that would be for that program. So it's not necessarily like all the programs have to be at a specific baseline. They really look at the program that each school offers and then gauge it based on the starting salaries for those programs. So it's not necessarily one size fits all. It is going to be based on the program by the school, you know, that they go through the tests, right? So the program and the outcomes for those specific jobs that are within that program. Or not necessarily within the program, but that typical students that graduate from those programs are typically going into.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That makes sense. Now, there have been, you know, you mentioned there have been schools pushing out policy like this in the past. I know that Governor Ron DeSantis has historically been in support of some of these policies, like performance-based models for public college funding. Is it going to be somewhere around the same kind of deal with this U.S. Department of Education test?
Yeah, so it's very similar. Like, like you mentioned, Florida already has some guidelines in place. And so there's already a lot of work that has been done to make sure that there's alignment, right? And I think this really provides an opportunity for institutions to take a look at their programming and see where there's possible gaps. And so that they are able to then enhance their programming, not necessarily, cut anything out, but maybe enhance their programming so that it does provide a lot of that career readiness so that when students graduate, they are able to go into those roles. One thing to caution, though, is we know that early talent, right, when you get your first job out of college, it's not always the highest paying jobs. So just looking at the pay, might do a disservice. So that, could be some of the, the challenges that some of these types of laws face is that you don't necessarily graduate from college and go into a super high paying job, even though you are within that degree or within that industry. And so really being able to provide that value to the employer with those employable skills, those transferable skills, is really what a lot of colleges like Rollins as well focuses on, is really integrating that. So a lot of work is being done on that. A lot of colleges already track their outcomes really closely. So they look at where their graduates are going, how much are they being paid within that first job, also a year out, and where is that progression, right? Because we know that being able to progress from that first job to build a meaningful career is really important, as opposed to just the dollar that comes out of that first job. So there's a lot of work that has been done, and I'm sure it is being done. It's really going to be based on each institution and their strategic goals on how they will be able to align to both the Florida law if you're in Florida, and then the federal, more wider, broad.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I know a lot of colleges do track that, and it's something a lot of prospective college students, high school seniors, look at when deciding to choose a college. Just to end it off here, in your opinion, do you think this policy might discourage some students from pursuing, a degree that they might be passionate in, for one that will make money, because this test might stop students in these certain degree programs from accessing federal student loans. So do you think we're going to see more of a rise in degrees of, higher paying base salaries rather than some of the lower based?
Yeah, not necessarily. Again, I think, the job of the institution is to really make sure that their programs are robust, even if it is in a non-traditional, like you mentioned, maybe not in a business degree or something like that, like a humanities or, liberal arts or just any other type of degree, that it's really up to the institution to really make that program robust and really incorporate those opportunities like internships and experiential learning, mentorship, employer partnerships, things like that are going to enhance that degree so that the students can really show, so that the institution and the program has those outcomes that will couple those students that want to not only go into those degrees, but they really want to go into a degree that's going to fuel their passion and make that meaningful connection through their careers. So I don't know that it will necessarily deter. Well, some maybe. I mean, I think that that's a possibility, but I think the heavy load lands on the institution to really make sure that we are really aligning in a good place for those students to have that benefit when they graduate from those types of degrees. Because we know that those types of degrees still lead to roles that may be in those higher paying brackets. So an English major could go into an organization and be a communications director, or even go into project management or something that traditionally pays a little higher than what you might envision an English major would be doing, which a lot of times people think it's writing or, things like that. So, so not necessarily, but it could definitely have some influence. And that's why I think the responsibility really goes on the institution itself to make sure their program is aligned.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, I think college prepares the students for whatever comes their path post-grad. Jessica Wenzel, Associate Director of Employer and Alumni Connections at Rollins College. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. We still have much more to come. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. It is Thursday, July 9th. Today is the day that it is now official. Palm Beach International Airport is now DJT. That's President Donald J. Trump International Airport. They've been changing over the signs there, but there's a lot that's been going on behind the scenes to get things ready for this changeover. And earlier today, I spoke with Dr. Michael McCormick, who's an associate professor and the program coordinator of air traffic management at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, and he really was able to put in context for us everything that goes on behind the scenes to allow for that changeover and that switch for PBI to now be DJT. And so what has this process been like? What has been going on that we don't necessarily see? We've seen the signs change. What has been going on that we don't see?
Well, today, July 9th, is a critical day in aviation. It's what's known as the 56-day update. So every 56 days, the United States National Airspace System will update its entire system. And that's why it had to wait until today for this name change to take into effect. And in order to make that name change happen, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes work that has to go into it. For the Federal Aviation Administration, they had 27 procedures that needed to be changed and updated to reflect the new airport name. In addition to that, they have what's known as charts, or what we would typically call maps, that had to be updated. So there was 4 of those that had to change. And then, of course, all the automation that supports the air traffic control system all had to be updated to to reflect these changes. So you're talking over 300 air traffic control facilities to have to get updated automation systems in order to reflect the changes. And then it also means that you have to brief all the air traffic controllers on the change. And then on top of that, the airlines have to make significant changes. So there's a company called Jeppesen, which is a commercial entity that publishes aviation procedures and is very commonly used in commercial aviation. They had to update all their charts and procedures in order to reflect it. And then that needs to go into the automation systems on board the aircraft, so it also recognizes the changes to the system. But it doesn't end there. The airlines also have to change how they handle ticketing, how they handle baggage, and how they handle cargo to reflect a name change. So the name change plus a designator change from PBI to DJT needs a lot of work and a lot of effort, and it's not complete. You'll notice that if you go to some airlines' websites today, it will not recognize DJT. Instead, it uses PBI still, and they're still calling it West Palm Beach Airport. You go to many of the third-party aviation sites, they have not updated as of today. So there's still more work to be done. So probably by the time the next 56-day update rolls in September 3rd, the change will be complete.
But these identifiers are, important. That's something that pilots use, that air traffic controllers use, aviation systems. I mean, you talked about everything that went into it, but these are things that are used every single day. It's not just kind of the official term for it. These are things that are used as part of your day in and day out job.
And it's more than just the United States. This is a global change. So the identifier previously was KPBI. So the K stands for United States. That's used in what's known as International Civil Aviation Organization and International Air Transport Association. So now it has to be changed to KDJT in order to facilitate international flight planning for the integrated global aviation system to work. So it is a significant change.
Yeah, I guess that's why we don't always. It's not something that happens very often. That something undergoes a renaming, and when it is, it's obviously a big deal, just because of all those logistics that someone like me who hasn't worked in that industry would have never known. There is that much that goes into it.
Absolutely, Garrett. You got it.
Well, Dr. Michael McCormick, Associate Professor and Program Coordinator, Air Traffic Management at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Always enjoy talking with you. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thank you, Garrett. It's been my pleasure. Have a good day.
You do the same. Pretty enlightening, I think, to hear some of that, what all had been going on behind the scenes. A lot of things that have to be changed over and switched over, and still more things to come, as you heard him say. That process is not over yet. Still about a month or so until it will kind of really be complete. So interesting stuff to consider there. Well, we are almost out of time here on Florida Live, but still have another segment with you and more to talk about, including some theme park deals for Florida residents. A new one just announced today from Universal, something you might want to take advantage of. So we're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we still have more to get to, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. All right, Florida residents, listen up. If you're wanting to go to the theme parks, now might be a good time to do it. If you're not a pass holder for Universal, Universal just announced a new pass that will give you unlimited access to 2 of their parks through the middle of December. It's $199, and we talked with Theron White, lead publisher of Everything You Need to Know, EYNTK.info, to tell us everything we need to know about this pass and whether it's worth it.
And you don't have to live close enough to one of these theme parks to hear their fireworks every single night. As long as you live in the state of Florida, some of these deals are going to be for you. The newest one that was announced this morning is Universal Orlando's 2-park ticket deal. It's going to be $199. You can buy it as of right now. It's going to go all the way through December 16th, and it is unlimited admission to Universal Studios Florida and Universal Islands of Adventure. So it's not going to include Epic Universe or their water park Volcano Bay, but for $199, this is a lot of theme park for a lot of time, and between that December 16th time, no blockouts. So you're going to be able to see what's happening now in summer. You can go and see their drone show and their fountain show. You can go and enjoy some of the Halloween aspects, and then you can even see the beginning of Christmas. So if you're someone that's wanting to do that, and maybe you don't want to get an annual pass, or you know someone with an annual pass and you've been wanting to join, this might be a great option, especially if you do know someone with that pass, because they can get you in with some free parking. This pass does not include free parking, but for $199, you're getting a lot of theme park for a lot of days.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of days left and unlimited access. I mean, you could go literally every day between now and December 16th for less than $200.
Yeah, that is certainly not a problem when it comes to how much you're going to be getting for that money. You can go to those parks. You can go on some, maybe one of the beginning days, like when we go for school when that starts, you're going to see the wait times drop significantly. And that is really where one of these passes might do great, is you can go on the weekend if you'd like to when it's busier, but for $199, you can just kind of pick whatever day you kind of feel like. You could go on Thanksgiving Day and have some of those crowds, or you could go on a random Tuesday. You could go when maybe there is some inclement weather and you don't really mind because you paid one price anyway and you're fine with getting rained on a little bit as a Florida resident. We're used to that. We're used to the weather, and so you can go and enjoy how the parks ever you want to, and that is the best part of one of these passes.
Yeah, it certainly gives you some flexibility. There's no doubt about that. But this is not the only Florida resident ticket offer out there right now. Let's talk about the offer that Disney has available for tickets that essentially boil down to $65 a day.
Absolutely. So this is not going to be a pass where you can go in nonstop again and again and again. But if you want to be able to go and visit all 4 of Walt Disney World's theme parks and you buy all 4 of those days of tickets, it comes out to $65 a person, which is an amazing price to visit any of Disney's Florida parks. So that is going to allow you to go from now through October 3rd. You just got to go and pick what exact days you'd like to go. But for $65 to visit Magic Kingdom, when it is normal for their theme park tickets to be over $150, and around Christmas, it can hit up to $200 or $200 plus. $65 is incredible. Right now, they're doing their Disney Cool Kids Summer, and they have added so much this year. If you have not been this year, even for a couple of years, I think you're going to see a Disney that you haven't seen, and you're going to see a lot of updates. I mean, every single one of their parks has something new just this year. So for $65, I think it's a really fantastic deal for our Florida residents if you're wanting to try and go and rediscover Disney and kind of see some of those parks again. One of the other things I should mention, I mentioned it about Universal, all of these ticket deals that we're about to talk about, none of them are going to include parking. So you do have to have that in the back of your head to think about, but you are getting a great deal. So, I mean, just not having parking is just one small thing. Again, find those friends that have annual passes and kind of buddy along with them and save yourself even some more money.
Yeah, exactly. Now, and this is a better value than the after 2 p.m. ticket, you think?
100%. So if you go and buy this, the total package is $219 and you get 4 full days. Disney's also offering their after 2 p.m. deal, and that's $235 for just 2 days and a half day. I know that ticket price, that ticket deal has some customers. I just don't know who they are. Ever since they announced that one, I'm not really sure who the best customer is for that price deal. There's some people that only want to go after 2 p.m. That's just not me. I like to do the parks all the days. So if you're a Florida resident and the fact that you can get into 4 of Disney's theme parks for the price of what it counts to go to Magic Kingdom for one singular day near Christmas, this is a great deal, and this is something I think people should definitely check out before it ends on October 3rd.
So it's not just Universal and Disney, though. There are a couple of other ticket deals you may want to know about. Legoland doing $69 single day tickets, and SeaWorld Orlando and Busch Gardens as well offering $99 fun cards. So you can find more information about those in our full interview with Theron. You can find that right now on Fox Local and the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. Well, we are just about out of time here on Florida Live. Covered a lot of ground over this past hour and over the past 4 hours of live streaming on Fox Local. I want to give you a live look inside this courtroom in Osceola County, where we have been continuing to monitor a pretrial detention hearing for 2 suspects facing charges accused of running an unlicensed assisted living facility. And we heard earlier some of the conditions that investigators say they found inside one of those facilities. We're going to continue listening into this and wait to see what the judge decides as to whether to grant them bond or whether they will be remaining behind bars while they await their trial. Again, this is happening live right now in Osceola County. We'll have more coverage of this on our live stream coming up in just about a minute and a half on Fox Local Orlando. So if you're streaming us right now, you'll be able to watch that coming up in just a minute. If you are watching us on Fox 35 Plus right now, we appreciate you joining us. We are out of time here on Florida Live. But as we wrap up, let me give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando on this Thursday. You can see that haze from the Saharan dust. Have a great evening.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Ronald Pack right now, one of 2 suspects, the other being Marie Kiernan. They are charged in connection with an unlicensed assisted living facility. This is a pretrial detention hearing. They are going to find out whether they will be granted bond or not. We're hearing some descriptions of how investigators say they ran these facilities and some of the conditions inside. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now.
Left. In response to that, Ronald says they don't get any breakfast, lunch, or dinner now. On page 6, Stanley says, people don't listen to me. Ronald says, you listen, you have the keys, they must listen. Final. On page 7, Stanley tells Ronald she had morning DoorDash driver give it to her. She went for a walk with James. Ronald says, who let her out the house with James? That's not happening again. Whose phone did she use? Tell James the rules. Find out whose phone did she use. They will lose their tablets and phones today. No one lets Carissa use anything. On page 9, Stanley tells Ronald, Gregory pissed themselves having a seizure on the carpet. Ronald says, this is crazy. Stanley says, yeah. Ronald says, did you tell Mama? Stanley says, Israel did. On page 10, Ronald tells Stanley, in the future, they only get 2 slices of pizza. Does James chip in for food? Does he share his food? Does he get an EBT card? He's equal as everyone else in the house. Ronald says, talk to him nicely and see what he does with his EBT card. Tell him we are family and we all chip in. On page 11, Ronald tells Stanley, who told you to give out breadsticks? It's only 2 slices of pizza. Once again, I'm not going to say it anymore. We aren't trying to get people fat. On page 12, Ronnie says, don't listen to that, okay? I told you he has a mental problem. On page 13, September 28, 2025, Stanley tells Ronald, Nick says he wants to leave and he wants me to open the front door for him. Ronald says, tell him to call Miss Marie. He says, I specifically told you to lock the door. I've been telling you this for days. Stanley says, I'm sorry, I entrusted it to Jody to close the door. Ronald says, don't ever bother me again about this bullshit. It's your fault. I told you to lock the door. You continue to let everyone out, and this bullshit continues to happen. You will never learn. Stanley says, I'm sorry. Ronald says, you better put that fucking lock back on the fucking back door. I just fucking told you.
Just to hop in a second here, we apologize for the language. This is a live court proceeding. Didn't necessarily expect to hear those things, but they're obviously reading some communications that were part of the investigation. So again, just viewer discretion advised here as we continue to listen in. Hopefully not much more of this. If so, we'll switch gears. But let's go ahead and listen back in right now in Osceola County.
Stanley says, Ronnie Gyro says he has an infection in his eye. He needs ointment. Ronald says he says that all the time. Miss Marie will take care of it. There's a series of text messages beginning in March of this year on page 19 where Stanley is telling Ronald, can you turn on the AC? It's hot in here. Do you want me to do a snack? Ronald says no. Unanswered text messages in April of 2026. Nick wants to know if he can get something to eat and go outside. Daniel's trying to ruin this place. He's trying to tell the doctor everything you did to him. Says he doesn't want to be here anymore. Ronald replies and says, it's okay, his father is with me, he's a rotten, spoiled brat. There's a number of messages on page 22, April of 2026. Ronald asked 4 times in a row, why isn't Colby in his room? Stanley says, I don't know. Ronald says, I don't want to hear his voice again, tell him to shut up. Then Stanley says, is it okay if I do snack tonight? This is on May 1st. Ronald's response to Stanley asking if they can do a snack is, do they deserve it? They don't even make their beds or wash their ass or smell good. You decide, son. Remember, you are my son, and this business will be partially yours when I die. I can present these exhibits to the court.
Other than what you read into the record, is there anything else in here you want me to focus on at this point?
Not at this time, Judge.
All right, then I'll just pass these on to the clerk. You may proceed.
Detective Acevedo, regarding incidents of physical abuse, were you able to interview some of the residents there, and did any of them disclose being physically abused?
Yes, ma'am. There was one resident that did disclose that he was pepper sprayed by Miss Marie Corona.
Okay, and was that statement corroborated by another victim in the house?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was 2 other victims who made disclosures at the end. Chased by the manager of the home.
And was there a bedridden resident there that was also familiar with the pepper spray incident?
Yes, ma'am. So there was a bedridden resident. He did heard the commotion between Ms. Marie and the resident that was pepper sprayed. He did also wanted to leave the home at the time because he was unable to breathe and he was bedridden. At which point Ms. Curran said no, and he suffered through the pepper spray in his room until it was aired out at some point.
And were the findings consistent at the other 2 homes regarding the locks that you personally observed at the Snipway?
Yes, ma'am. The Churchill was similar as the Snipway. The residents at 121, we didn't find any padlocks, but a lot of the residents that we spoke to, they were actually rotated from home to home. They at one point lived at the Avenue, and then moved to the Churchill and then to the Snipway.
And from the search warrant, are items still being analyzed, and is this still an ongoing investigation?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Ms. Domingos.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
And when did you begin this investigation on the 3 homes in Polk County?
So the investigation myself, I began the investigation in June of this year. However, part of the investigation was initiated in May of last year, and which was cooperating to this investigation.
Okay. And have you personally visited each of the 3 homes?
I did.
Okay. And you said about 200 calls for service came from the Snook Way, or 324 Snook Way. Are you familiar with those calls yourself personally?
Not myself personally, those were just calls for service that we found in our database.
Okay. So you wouldn't personally know the nature of those calls?
No, just based on what I read on the reports or on the call screen.
Okay. And did you personally meet with Stanley Parson?
I did.
And how many occasions?
On one occasion.
On one occasion, okay. And was that at 324 Snook Way?
Yes, initially there was a brief interaction there. I didn't speak to him, another detective spoke to him, and then he was transported to our substation where I made contact with him along with the other detective.
Okay, so you never met Stanley Parson at the home, correct?
I made contact with him, but I never had a conversation with him.
So your contact with him was at the station, the police station, or sheriff's station?
At the Snook Way. No, it was at the Snook Way home.
Okay. So you did meet him at Snook Way, correct?
I did.
Okay. And is that a 2-story home, or can you describe that home for me?
Yes, ma'am, that's a 2-story home. I believe it's 4 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms in the south floor and 1 bathroom, and living room, family room, downstairs, and kitchen.
Okay. And is it possible for a 2-story home to have just 1 bathroom for that many restrooms? Would it be a building violation?
I'm not quite sure. There is another restaurant from my understanding. It was not operable at the time, and there was another one in Mr. Pack's room. However, it was locked and no resident was able to access that room.
Okay, so the home had 3 restrooms, correct? Just not operating at the time you were there, is that correct?
Correction, one was not accessible to the residents, other than from what I understood, Mr. Pack, and the other one was not operable.
Okay, and how many residents were at the time that you went to that residence? How many tenants or people were there living in that home?
There was 12 residents at the Snook Way address.
And that's the home that had the 200 calls, correct?
Correct. Okay. Over 200 calls.
Over 200 calls. And where are these tenants, where are these people coming from into the homes?
During my interview with the residents.
So you're hearing the detective talk about some of the prior calls. They said more than 200 calls to the unlicensed assisted living facility. This pretrial detention hearing continuing, been going on for almost a couple hours now. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger is inside that courtroom. She'll have more for us coming up in a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Big day for EA Sports, which has a facility, a studio right here in Orlando. They are releasing today. It's the worldwide release for EA Sports College Football 27. Always an anticipated video game for fans of college sports and games like that. And so earlier today I had the chance to speak with Christian McLeod, who is a production director at EA Sports College Football. His office is right here in Orlando, and he talked with us about their excitement for the new game and the process to get to this point.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us, Garrett. It is a super exciting day. Work with amazing, talented people here. We are so excited to get this game out to the masses. Just super pumped.
It's one of those games that year in, year out, always just gets so much anticipation, so much hype, and well deserved. Great game, always so much fun. What is it, do you think, that makes this game have such a loyal and intense following?
Yeah, I think it all boils down to the passion of college football. College football is one of those really special sports where everyone has a dog in the fight. The passion runs deep. The passion runs through families. I was born into a Michigan State family. That's born and raised. I can't stand Michigan. I can't stand Notre Dame. Can't stand Ohio State. It's passed down through the generations, and I think that, coupled with the fact and the affiliation that you are able to go create your fantasy. You play a dynasty mode, and you can take your team and win a national championship with them and recruit people, to your school and get them to the highest heights of all of college football. Again, as a Michigan State fan, we're having some down years right now, but I can jump into the game. I can win those national championships and live that fantasy out. So that passion coupled with that fantasy building, I think, is something that our users always resonate with. And we as game makers and developers, we're huge fans as well. We play hundreds of hours of this game every single year, just as pure fans. And that's the thing that gets us going as well.
What's the process like from one year to the next, kind of, looking at what needs to be updated, what new features to add? How do you kind of go about that from, the obviously success of the past 2 years since it relaunched, and look to still bring some fresh things to the new version?
Yeah, it's an awesome question. We're huge fans, and as huge fans, we're always looking at our games in 3-year windows and 3-year spans. And it's almost like building a house. We're always looking at what is the foundation that we need to build first before we get those granite and marble countertops in. So we always have 3 years in advance of these features that we want to build and meet our consumers where they are and our fans where they are. And being fans ourselves, we have a lot of ideas that we want to go down to. So it's really all about making that ultimate, authentic college football experience. We want to celebrate the fandom. We want to have all the great pageantry, the sights, the sounds, the visuals, but also what are those meaningful modes and how does it feel to be a college football player, and how do you live the fantasy as a college football coach? And for those people that want to be competitive and play online, we've got so many different people that play this game for so many different reasons that we're always looking to find really cool, unique pieces to bring to them every single year. And that's really our mentality as we go in. Is we have this big giant board, we call it our big board. We see which things are going to stick based on what our consumers want, what we want, and what we're building towards. And then what's going to fit. We only have so much capacity every single year. Whatever we don't get to one year, it's going to come in the next year, So it's a very project management process there. We have great project managers that we work with here as well. But it is all a lot of balance between scope and capacity, but also making sure that we're delivering amazing products.
What are the new features that fans can expect this year? What stands out to you? What are you most excited about in College Football 27?
Yeah, so me personally, and I know a lot of people out there, big Dynasty fans, we have the new Dynasty Blueprint this year, which is actually bringing in NIL, facilities management, as well as staff management into the game. So it's not just all about recruiting. You're now having to manage how are your facilities being upgraded, how your players are developing, what staff you're bringing on. Do you bring on a GM? And then as you're recruiting the players, what type of NIL are you giving them? And as somebody that loves taking small schools and rebuilding them into, title contenders, it makes that process a lot harder. We have mascot mashup mode this year, which we're all super, super excited about. I've got 4 kids. My kids love playing it. I can hardly get on the sticks half the time because they're playing mascot mashup. So we're pumped about that one as well. And then I think in Road to Glory, we have an all-new player builder this year, which is really unique and allowing users to either emulate legends of the past or create these, one-on-one type builds. So a lot of new across our entire game, along with new rivalries, new pageantry. Some of our favorites there, the Battle of the Bones between UAB and Memphis. You get a big rack of ribs trophy if you win the game, and you can put it in your trophy room. So really every single one of our modes was touched this year, and it's a really exciting year.
One of the things that always stands out to me, and I've been playing this since the original college football games, back in the day, is how well y'all are able to just nail the college football atmosphere at all of these different stadiums. How do you make it so immersive and so real? I mean, it's spot on for some of these experiences.
Yeah. This team is filled with a bunch of college football sickos, is what we call ourselves. We go to multiple games every single year. Again, even as a Michigan State fan, we just go to random games. I'm trying to get out to El Paso this year to go see UTEP play, for example. We just love college football. We're staying up super late, passing the Hawaii test, for those of you that know what that is, watching that last game of the Saturday. And just really getting into the nuances, getting into the details, working with the schools. We want to represent the schools as authentically as possible, but also we want to make sure that the fan bases see something, those little things like we had a couple years ago where at UCF at night games, you would see a rocket launch, during your dynasty. There's so many unique, cool things about college football that make it special. And we just want to make sure that we are celebrating that, because a lot of kids out there may not know about certain schools or certain traditions. And this is a way to educate them as well. So I know personally myself, growing up with the Bill Walsh college football and the old NCAA footballs and the PlayStation 2, this is where I learned a lot of fight songs, a lot of nuanced details about certain schools and their mascots or what was special about them. So we really just want to make a love letter and a celebration of college football.
And an additional Florida connection this year in the game as well, with Malachi Toney being selected as a cover athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. I know there's Florida State and Florida fans out there, right, that aren't too happy about that. But Malachi, he represents what's great about the modern era of college football. We're so happy to have him on the cover. Great ambassador of our game as well. So it's awesome to see him, right there on the cover. And again, I have no dog in the Florida fight, being a Michigan State guy, but super proud to have him on the cover.
Now, we've talked with y'all for several years now, since this game has relaunched, and we love chatting with you about this game and the process. And part of that, I know, is that you as EA Sports really do pay attention to the feedback of players and fans of this game. And I've got to ask you, because there's been a lot of attention over the past few days on social media, and some backlash, some pushback to the microtransactions that have been added to some of the single player modes. What is your message to fans in response to some of the pushback on this that y'all have been getting?
Yep. Yeah, but we're going to be talking a little bit more about that later today as we celebrate launch and go into that. But, we feel very strongly about the product that we have. We're super excited to be launching today. And again, more to come on that one today.
What is your message to fans? This is the day that people wait for, that people are excited for. And so what do you want them to know about the game and what they can expect once they start playing?
I think we're excited to have this thing out, and we are excited for everybody to experience this, to celebrate college football with us. This is a game that is made by a bunch of passionate college football developers for a very passionate fan base, and we just want to celebrate with y'all. It's see you on the field. We'll meet you in the Road to the College Football Playoff. We're excited to get the dynasties going, the rebuilds going, and see you on the field. We've got another really great year ahead.
It has to be a special day when you've put so much time and effort and work into building this to finally kind of push it out there and say, all right, now let's see what happens next. It's probably fun, exciting, but also probably a little nerve-wracking, I would have to imagine.
It is, and we're already turning attention. We're celebrating this moment, but we're already turning our attention to what's next. So that's always the double-edged sword here. Is we remind ourselves to celebrate, but because we are so passionate, we are always thinking about what is that next big thing that we want to go after. So we're going to take some time. We're going to celebrate as a team today. We're going to play the game. We're going to get on the field, but then we're going to put our nose to the grindstone starting next week and start that next journey for another year.
Well, at least you get a little bit of time to celebrate before you start looking to that next game. Christian McLeod, production director, EA Sports College Football. Thank you so much for taking the time. Yeah. We know it's a busy day for you, a big day for you. So we really appreciate you making the time and chatting with us today. And Orlando is always excited to see what's going on at EA Sports down the road there.
Absolutely appreciate it. Thanks all.
So really cool getting the chance to speak with Christian earlier today. The EA Sports studio in Orlando in Creative Village. It is really cool having them here. We love that they are responsive to us here and we love talking with them. It's just so cool having something like that in your own backyard, especially when you're talking about such a powerhouse name in creating video games, and for that to be happening right here in Central Florida, especially when you're talking about a game like a College Football 27 that just has so much excitement and so much love for it from those who play it year in and year out. Like I said in that interview, I've been playing the college football video games since I was a kid. Was always a huge fan. We always had huge tournaments back in the day when I was in high school with my friends, and we would play it, and it devastated when for years they went without having that game. So a lot of excitement when it came back a couple years ago, and it is now an annual thing. So that is really cool to see. We'll have to let us know if you maybe have played the game today. Did you get a digital copy? Did you get a physical copy? Let us know. You can drop us a comment if you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook. Would love to know what your kind of early takeaways are from that game. Well, we are just about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus, wrapping up 4.5 hours of live streaming here. We're going to hand things off to, I think it's Noah taking the lead today on Fox 35 Weather Plus. But either way, we hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team that will have Weather Plus for you coming up in just a couple of minutes here on Fox Local. They also stream that on YouTube as well. Going to be tracking the heat, going to be tracking the chance for some more storms, going to be talking about the space jellyfish as well earlier today, I think, and like we talked about a little bit ago with Laurel. But the main things being the heat and the storm chances, the Saharan dust, the impact that we are seeing from that. So you'll be able to have more on that and get involved a little bit as well. Ask your questions, leave some comments for Noah, and he'll walk you through the forecast coming up in just a few minutes right here on Fox Local. Just to give you an update on what is happening in that courtroom in Osceola County, that hearing is continuing right now, hearing more testimony right now in this pretrial detention hearing to determine whether or not the two defendants facing criminal charges in connection with an alleged unlicensed assisted living facility will be let out of jail, if they will be granted a bond, or if bond will be denied, and they might have to stay behind bars. We were hearing a lot of testimony about the conditions inside that facility, some of the prior calls to that facility, more than 200 times that investigators had been called out there, and they gave a little bit of context to that. They said that is far and above what you would normally get for any other kind of residence or any other kind of thing that you would expect, they said. So we'll have more on that. Marie is inside the courtroom. She'll have more on that coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. So we're going to wrap up here on Fox 35 News Plus, but don't go anywhere because Fox 35 Weather Plus starts in just a couple of minutes. As we do wrap up our time together, let me give you one more live look at downtown Orlando, and you can see some of the haze, some of the clouds out there on this Thursday. Have a great evening.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.